I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Good morning. You're tuned into the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. It's a beautiful Friday morning here in Lagos City. From our Lagos studios here in Ikoyi, we say happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday. Welcome to the show this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course, with me in the studio this morning is
Joshua Basti.
And Deborah Eze.
Very excited morning. Good morning. How are you today?
Well, I'm fine, Elizabeth, and you?
Well,
great.
Yeah, you look well. Yeah. You look very well. I think it's the hairstyle.
It's okay.
It really looks good on you.
Thank you.
Do this more.
Thank
more
you.
Often. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm well rested, of course. Yeah, I didn't have to face traffic
Hearing
yesterday.
you think you're well rested on a Friday. Wow.
But I am.
I want to be like you.
I don't know why people prefer to start their weekend from Friday. I'd rather take a rest on Thursday and come back to work on Friday and stay home Saturday, Sunday. I don't know why people prefer. I'll get bored Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Bougie lifestyle.
Well, think about it.
You rest on Thursday, come back to work,
and then
Some
Saturday.
Of us cannot relate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Can you relate?
I'm used to starting my weekend from Friday.
From Friday, that seems like a luxury. Really.
No, I would get bored.
Wow.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What would I be doing with my life?
Interesting. If you people need money, come and join this lady. Yeah. All right.
But another thing is that thank God today there was no rain. I mean,
there was no rain.
The last 3 days, something else.
At some point, I thought it was 7 days rain.
Even I thought it was we were going into 7 days rain. Every day.
And the flood situation.
Flood situation on the island. Please be specific.
Even on the mainland. Let's be honest.
No, we're on the mainland.
Some people in Bagada complain of flood. Some people in
because Bagada is actually a swampy area. So Ikeja, no. Once it rains, you get to the water. But we are in Ikeja.
Okay.
Once it rains, the water dries off.
Okay.
The people spend 7 to 8 hours on traffic.
Actually, it's better on the island, but I think it's on the island. On the mainland, it's better on the mainland. It was
on the island.
On the island.
Because of the coastal area, so it's quite understandable.
Yeah. Lekki was something else.
It was something else. So I really feel for those people whose homes, literally their cars, it was the water level was literally almost
up to the cars.
Yes, almost completely overshadowing the cars. Well, it was crazy because then they have repairs to do,
and do repairs.
The houses. So it's crazy. But thank God that today it's dry. But let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting off with the first one today, it says electricity workers begin nationwide strike over unpaid wages and poor welfare. Again, CT sees Naira sliding to 1,700 per dollar in 2026 on CBN easing oil slump. Jim Ovia leads as bank's major shareholders pocket 9.3 billion naira in dividends. Interesting. Accra to host 9th Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference with focus on debt sustainability. Well, those are some of the headlines this morning. Let's start off with the first one this morning, which talks about electricity workers beginning nationwide strike over unpaid wages and poor welfare. As sad as it is to see, as unexciting, maybe not sad, as unexciting as it is, it's just a situation of things in the country where across different industries, across different sectors, we've been seeing strikes upon strikes upon strikes, from the medical, the nurses, the doctors, strikes here and there, and then police also will come out and say they want to protest, and because of unpaid salaries, even education, that one has become the order of the day. ASU strike every year. If you don't see an ASU strike, then
there's a problem.
There's a problem, but it shouldn't be. It seems normalized. It was so crazy when I was in uni. As silly as it may sound, I remember back then some people would be saying, when are we going on strike? Oh my God. No, seriously, I'm tired of all this. When are we going on strike? And we will complain about it, but it's a lie. Deep down, sometimes that's as silly as it is, but it's really sad. But what are your thoughts on this electricity workers actually striking?
Yeah, I think that from the information that came in this morning, they've suspended that strike. They're not going. So it's coming. That's a relief because you can imagine if we have electricity workers going on strike and having to go turn up whatever it is that they can turn up. We experienced this thing in the early days of this administration when the NLC, of course, Nigerian Union of Electricity Employees, New Heat, that's what they called it, where Ajiro, who is the current president of the NLC, used to be the general secretary. And of course, there was this massive support from the NLC for them. Of course, they down tool, and then it was crazy. There was no light anywhere. So it's relieving to hear that they've decided not to go on this strike. So we are not going to have a situation where we don't have light, because that would have been, if you don't have light compared to, already the Nigerian situation is already bad. So if you don't have a situation where there's no light at all, because in some area you could still have maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, some 15 hours, depending on where you live and depending on the band, which band that you fall into. So still bad. But so for us not to have light at all, it would have been too bad. But the news that they've decided not to go is coming as a relief, and so it's a relief for Nigeria.
But is there a reason they decided not to go?
I think they are listening to them from what we gathered this morning. They've decided to talk with them, just sort of give them a listening here, and then take their complaint. The promise they are making to address their concerns.
So hope it's not going to be like the Pengasan and Dangote issue, where they listen to their complaint and they'll come back tomorrow and say, okay, you know what, we're going on the strike, and our needs were not met. Just like X and O, which is the case in Nigeria. Every institution that decides to come out to ask for their rights, because when it comes to welfare, unpaid welfare, and salaries, it is their right. So every time they come out to threaten that, oh, we'll go on strike, and then the government says, we'll listen to you, they tend to call it off. And 2 days by Monday, you would hear that, oh, we are going on strike. The government has decided to back down. So we are now also backing down on the strike.
Well, which is why the reason why it's important that when you go into any kind of negotiation, especially, and then we see this a lot, especially on the side of the government, you go into negotiation with either workers or any group of people, and you are not keeping to the terms of that agreement. It's important that whenever you enter into any negotiation, because it's just a case of integrity, right? So when you go into any agreement and you sign the terms of that agreement, you put your signature to it, it is actually incumbent upon you to making sure that you implement the terms of those agreements, you keep to the terms of this agreement. So that because a lot of time what we see is that, and I'm emphasizing government, public government, public sector. You go into agreement. If you look at whether it is ASU or whether it is medical doctors, or whether you are looking at nurses, there's always this, okay, we go in, especially in the case of ASU here, you go into agreement, you sign agreement, but you step out of the hall where you were, to sit down and negotiate and agree and have those agreements. But hours after, you are not willing to implement what it is that you signed.
It's always hours after.
Yeah, so that's always the reason why.
Why do you sit in the meeting, sit through meetings and make promises, and then you go out and then you make changes?
Yeah, because it's X and O, and I think the association themselves, they are not ready. Because if I tell you, oh, give me my money, Elizabeth, and you're like, okay, I'll give you your money, and then we sit down to talk about it, and I say you're not bulging. I come back again and say, Elizabeth, give me my money. All I would do is stand my ground and scream my lungs out, let everybody hear. You get what I'm saying? That Elizabeth is owing me, or she's not giving. That's what this association should do. Not every minute you come out and threaten us that, okay, there'll be blackout, or there'll be no doctors, or there'll be strike. Lecturers will not teach students. And then before you know it, 1 week, ASU is always 1 week. 1 week after, they will say, okay, lecturers, you can go back to the classroom. The doctors, 3 days. They say, okay, they are doctors now. Electricity, 1 day, they'll tell you, oh, there'll be blackouts. You won't see lights. Then the next day, you will not say, oh, it's been resolved. The government is in talk with us. So I feel like this association, they are not ready. Because if you're ready, there's something called, that's why we have protest. It's in the institution. Nobody's going to arrest you for deciding to protest for your rights. Yeah. It's the streets. 1 week. If they're not still there, still stay there. And with radical things like that, you see people support you because you are actually in the right track. Not coming to the government to forgive me, or will give you brown envelope when they come and sit down, and then you forget that, oh, there was a problem. And after like a month, 2 months, you remember that, oh, so this problem actually still exists. So it's I think the institutions themselves are meant to be blamed, because the government will still be the government and still do what they know how to do best.
But on the part of the institutions, I hear you when you say that they need to stand your ground and keep asking for what it is they want. But for us on the receiving end, then it keeps us in a very uncomfortable position. As sad as it is, where I want you to, make your money, you earn your wages and whatnot. But if they have to go on this strike,
brunt of it,
everybody
will get the brunt of it.
Darkness.
Sometimes, yes, sometimes there's this where the problem, sometimes emanates. Okay, so you are going to the negotiation table, right? Who are the people that are going to the negotiation table, right? Okay. Are there people that have the capacity to speak for management or to speak for government, right? So if you, for instance, okay, let's use the case of ASU, for instance, because ASU, they like going on strike a lot, so let's use them as example. So if the president of ASU, right, and the executive of ASU at the national level, and maybe also at the regional level, if they get to Abuja to sit down to negotiate, okay, and to agree on anything, who are the people that are coming from the part of the government? Okay, is it the Minister of Labor and Minister of Education? Okay, so the Minister of Labor, the Minister of Education, do they have the backing of the president, okay, to sign that agreement? Because that's always the issue. So if you have people who do not have the capacity to speak and sign agreement on behalf, say, of the government and on behalf of, say, management, if it's in the case of maybe private sector, and then you come and then you sign the agreement, and then you go back to your managing director and he's telling you, hey, who told you to sign? These terms of agreement are not agreeable to me, because at the end of the day, the buck, stop at the table is the one that will actually sign off for the implementation. So that's why I'm saying that. So when you are going to that agreement, have the ears of your managing director or the president, or at the level of minister, so that by the time it is signed, you know that truly and really this is agreeable to management, this is agreeable to government, to the government, so that implementation can begin to take place. Not that you sign an agreement because you didn't have the right the caliber of people that should sign that agreement. And so because you want to please, just okay, don't go on this strike, you don't go, okay, you sign, quickly sign. And without thinking through whether what you have signed is implementable. If it is implementable to you, is this implementable to your management that you are signing on behalf? If it is implementable to you, is it implementable to the president, who will actually give the go-ahead for that agreement to be implemented? So those are the things. So get the approval, the approval of the management, the approval of the president to actually sign that agreement. I think that because sometimes that's the problem. You don't have the agreement of the approval of the president, or the approval of the person on the last person on the ladder who should actually give that approval for that agreement that you have signed to be implemented, right? So if you don't have that approval, so when you sign, you discover that you go back again to start a negotiation all over again, because in the first place, you did not secure the approval of the person who will give the final approval for that agreement to be implemented. So that's what we often see.
Interesting way to explain this and make us understand this, especially for our viewers this morning. It's quite interesting. Someone is smiling to the bank this morning. Jim Ovia leads as bank's major shareholders pocket 9.3 billion naira in dividends. Yesterday, when I saw the news of Jim Ovia and the dividend that it gets from the bank, I was, maybe one part of me just said, oh wow, I think he was one of the founder back in the day. So just seeing
Zenith Bank.
Yeah, Zenith Bank.
Yeah, he's the founder of Zenith Bank.
Founder. So just being a founder. So year in, year out now is going to be getting, or as it increases, it might even be more than 9.9 billion naira.
Interesting. It's not just that he's a founder. I think he has the largest share in the equity. So that's why he's taking that chunk. Well, it's the reward of his effort.
He didn't even trend yesterday. It was more of Tony Elumelu. It was this morning I even saw that Jim Ovia actually had like the largest chunk of money when we were supposed to be investing. Where were you?
Where were we supposed to be? How old is Jim Ovia now? So this is the time so that tomorrow we can be Jim Ovia. So I mean, at that time, I can imagine just how much he put in.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
It's a good month for them. It's not just them. I think
9.3 billion.
Yeah,
right. That's a whole lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
I wish I was Jim Ovia right now.
Mr. Bass, no wonder you've been quiet. I was wondering what's going on here.
It's like I said, it's the reward of his effort.
Yeah.
I mean, there are people at that time who perhaps also who had the money to put into, maybe to establish a bank or to do one thing, who didn't do it, and then he decided to go into it, and then took up the challenge, and then today is paying off, and then so it's the reward of his effort. It's just to recently we were having a conversation. There was someone that the CEO of a company brought in to just speak with us. Some senior people in the organization, and we sat down in the boardroom, and the man was talking about the need for people to invest rightly. I mean, instead of taking this huge sum of money and then buying a property, or maybe investing billions of naira and building somewhere in Ikoyi, somewhere in the and what have you, and then that you are just tying that money down, whereas that money could be put into maybe agriculture somewhere that would generate employment for people, and then you have these opposing buildings that we have all over Ikoyi, right? And nobody's living there.
What is it?
And the owners of those nobody's living there. And the owners of those buildings, they don't bother that the money, they just tie it down.
Yeah,
it's not generating any income, right? But you could have put that money maybe into agriculture. You put it into something else that will actually generate money and then generate employment for people. And but rather they tie it down, because if you go around, there are some houses in Eko, even around here, you don't. Nobody's living.
A lot, just down the street.
So
nobody's living there.
I think it's just the level of awareness. Like Elizabeth said, real estate. Everybody, when you tell them, oh, invest, the first thing that comes to your mind is real estate. Because of the way they've sold real estate to people. Like when I understand the part where you said, for buildings, you just tie your money down. It is true. It's just there. Only if you want to use it for rent purposes. And with the way rent is going on in the country, how much are you going to get back from the money that you actually
people are not
down?
Even renting those
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, people are actually moving out of Ikoyi because the rent is too high. They can't pay anymore.
Yeah.
I actually beg to differ, because whenever, maybe real estate just has the best PR, maybe.
Yeah.
Because every single time you're talking about investment, the first thing that investors and then maybe the real estate people, maybe they just have the best PR. It's always the best investment you can do right now is real estate.
You have the best PR.
So we know stocks and all these other things, but they'll say real estate because that's the one thing that doesn't go away. Land will always be there. It appreciates. It does this. It does that. So are we saying that the advice that the man had given was that beyond real estate we need to also branch out.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, really.
I'm particularly citing example in, for instance, Ikui, right?
Yeah.
We all see these things, right? These buildings are there, Elizabeth. You go, nobody's living there.
But what's it?
It's an investment, right? But the point is this: if you have let's say now you have say 100 billion naira, right? And then you invest in real estate, and with the hope that
you get your 100 billion. You cannot get your 100 billion back in 5 years. I'm not even joking.
But
you can't.
Why not? For instance, let's say use 50 billion, then put into something else. I'm particularly about agriculture, right?
Yeah.
And so you generate job for people who don't have job, and then you
also get your capital.
You produce food,
yeah,
right? And because of course we must feed ourselves, right? So instead of just building a place where, and you look at it, nobody's renting this thing. Because
even those that rent, I was doing like a breakdown with my father the other day. The money he used in building is renting out. He has not gotten the money back, and it's been over let me call it 7 years now. He hasn't gotten it back.
If you are for real estate, right? If you are going to rely on rent to get your money back, you're going to, in fact, you might just die. I mean, your children will.
So where does real estate benefit?
Because it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
They have the best PR.
And that's why perhaps what they do for those of them, and if you go into discover that this is what they do, they build and sell.
Yeah.
They build and sell. Renting is no longer
making the money. So how many houses are you going to build and sell with 100 billion?
So what about the property developers or the landlords in Lekki? Maybe in trying to get recoup their money, that's why they make the rent so high.
Do you think your money?
So even if you make it so high, you will not get your money.
You still build your house
because they will. You compartmentalize all the.
They will not still get
all
the
houses.
Takes time, really.
It takes time.
It takes time.
It takes as far
as a matter of fact, you may not recoup that money in your lifetime.
Yes.
Yeah,
you just get money to survive. Money to
lifetime.
That's around.
But the good thing is that maybe you leave it for your
children.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. But I'm just saying that let's diversify instead of just tying it down in the real estate. Fine, but then can we also go for those who have the money?
Yeah.
Also go into other areas. That's what I'm saying.
Right, because we have to round off now. Let's very quickly just touch on the final story and then move to the newspaper this morning. Accra is to host 9th Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference with focus on debt sustainability. So we've been talking a lot about sustainability these days, sustainability conversations, climate sustainability, but this time around debt sustainability. So congratulations to Ghana for hosting such a for the 9th time. So well done to them.
Yeah, and we actually need events like this, conferences like this, because African countries are really grappling in debt. This morning I was seeing Uganda, Rwanda, their level of debt and the depreciation of their currency. So this is actually really good.
Absolutely, especially for in Ghana as well. Ghana is quite central, so that's a good place to host such. So
they've done well. Ghana, I think their economy is doing better than some other African countries. So for them,
I was thinking you were going to say Nigeria. I know it was that mentioned Nigeria right now.
I don't want to specifically say Nigeria,
right,
but I think they're not doing badly compared to other African countries. Yeah, of course. So for them, hosting this debt sustainability is good because one of the key issues that is disrupting Africa is debts. We go borrowing this money and we are not able to utilize the money that we borrow to be able to do what we should do as a continent. We just, a lot of time, even in some cases, we even borrow to pay salary, we borrow for recurrent expenditure rather than go put the money into capital expenditure that will then, generate fund or will help to actually strengthen the economy to be able to pay the debt that we. So a lot of time you see African countries, borrowing money either from IMF or World Bank to just go use it for recurring expenditure, which is not sustainable in terms of being able to repay the loan and then strengthen the economy. So we should borrow for purposes of maybe infrastructure development. So it's good that Ghana is going to look at debt sustainability in this Trade and Finance Conference.
Absolutely, and really looking forward to the conversations that will stem or out of this conference. Well, we have to go now on the newspaper headlines this morning and move to the newspaper review. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We can't pay for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
to allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and
welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are on to the newspaper review right here on the show. We start off this morning, of course, with the Business Day newspaper, because there's no better place to start than from our own house. Like they say, charity begins at home. So let's start off with the Business Day newspaper this morning and see what we have on the front page. That one says dollar pension opens to diaspora Nigerians and foreigners. That's the big story on the front page of the Business Day newspaper this morning. And of course, there are some smaller stories there, but I mean, let's just talk about the big story that we have there, talking about dollar pension opening to diaspora Nigerians and foreigners. What's the inside story? Is this something that you want to speak on, Mr.
Yes,
Abbas?
yes, it's an interesting development. You know, since 2004, right? Since 2004, after I think it was in 2004 that the Nigerian government introduced the contributory pension scheme, which is what takes people away from the old pay-as-you-go pension scheme, where we used to have elderly men, elderly women, senior citizens going queuing up somewhere and collapsing and dying in the process of trying to access their pension. So that was actually what led to, okay, look, can we move away from this old practice? And then the contributory pension scheme was introduced. So ever since then, ever since the introduction of the new contributory pension scheme, we've seen less of people, going to queue up somewhere and then to be able to do pension verification and then collapsing in the process and dying, which was quite pitiable. And so it's interesting to see that the federal government is also thinking that, look, the Nigerians who are abroad, who are earning, dollars, that look, let's also introduce something that they can, take advantage of, dollar pension.
Dollar pension.
So that if you live outside Nigeria, if you are earning income, or even the foreigners who are here, look, you can also, set aside something for yourself. So that, because the point, like we said the other day, is that whether we like it or not, we will retire someday. And so you get old, and then you will no longer be as active as you are right now. So you need something to fall back on, and pension all over the world is what actually people fall back on, apart from just putting investment. But the real thing for workers is that at the end of the day, after you are retired, you fall back on something, and that's pension. And so whether you are living abroad or you are living in Nigeria, so it's beautiful to see that the federal government has thought it wise to introduce pension, dollar pension for those who earn their income in dollars. So it's a welcome development.
Absolutely welcome development. The other story on the front page of the Business Day news, I don't know why I've been having this tongue twister trying to call Business Day these days, but Business Day, yes, the front page of the Business Day newspaper this morning says millions miss Nollywood streaming wave on poor internet. And it's really sad that in 2025 we're still talking about poor internet. I know it's Africa. I hate to keep saying that Africa has so much potential, because we are in the times where we're saying that we've gone beyond potential. Africa is where it's happening. Africa is the gateway. So the streaming platforms are the order of the day now. We have the likes of Netflix, YouTube being the major one right now. So if 834 million Nigerians cannot access streaming platforms because of poor connectivity, poor internet in the rural areas, because those of us that are not even in the rural areas, the urban areas, we also have to struggle.
Course, yeah.
So how much more
it is
those people
in the
rural areas, and we're leaving money on the table. We're absolutely leaving money on the table, because it's one thing for there to be so much potential and fruits from our entertainment sector, where we have some of the best producers, some of the best actors right now, if I do say so myself, and they're creating these movies. But at the end of the day, if we cannot get to as much people as it should, because people cannot stream, because you heard of there's this new movie and you want to stream, and then struggle by the time you start and it's buffering, it buffers for 20 minutes, 30 minutes,
you're put off.
Yes, you're put off. But where's the fun in that, really?
Yeah, for Nollywood movies, I don't want to say I miss the days where you can just get trendy movies in moving traffic, or you go somewhere, my Igbo brothers, Alaba,
please don't take us back. Why would I even want that?
Yeah, I think I'd rather have that than having to go through internet issues, because I want to stream. I was frustrated throughout last week.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, people will say, "Oh, why are you still using Glow?" I don't have a choice.
Why? No.
Okay,
don't mention any brand.
Okay.
Let's not mention any brand.
I don't have a choice than to use that. So as many as other internet providers. So for Nollywood, they're complaining about people not streaming their work. That's why I said, days where that the Poor Serpent Girl is streaming, is showing now. You just go to Alaba, pick up your CD, and
watch.
And watch.
No, I don't want to go back to those days. I think those days were pretty tedious, hectic, because you'd be on a waiting list. Oh, so Mr. Bassi has to then before it comes back from Mr. Bassi's home back to the place, then I
think I'd rather.
Why would you want to go back to that?
It's that bad that when you tell me that there's a trending movie now, the first thing I will ask you is, is it worth it? I don't want to waste my internet. It disqualifies it. But when you go through the stress of going to collect Pretty Serpent Girl from Mr. Bassi's house, you know that all the stress that I went through, I must watch this movie.
But don't forget that those cassettes or those tapes also scratch.
At
some point, it's not
the producers. I'm just looking at the light notes, in this.
Yes,
the producers don't always get their money. Their money, they don't. Yes, they don't always get the money they put into the movies, and that is why the streaming way of streaming a movie was actually a good a progress in the industry. But at the end of the day, if the poor internet connection cannot be sorted, there's no way you would actually your movies will reach millions of people.
And the saddest part is, so the story here says about 21 million Nigerians across 4,834 communities, mostly rural areas, lack access to basic mobile connectivity. And this is according to, of course, the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani. So hearing him say this, I believe that there is work going on, because for those of us that are even in the urban area, maybe you're lucky enough to have good working internet, let's talk about the fact that you have to pay through your nose, because if you have how many gigabytes, before you just watch from point A to point B, 20 minutes, it tells you you have 0 MB left. It's crazy. So you are thinking how much you've not even fed. When you think about it, that how much am I even using to eat in a day? Let's be factual. I like to keep it real. And then at the end of the day, you are seeing that you have to think twice. Okay, is it worth it? Should I? And then how many people can even afford to go to the cinema? So if you say, it's not, no, let me not do this. Let me not waste my data. okay, the cinemas
isn't
don't go.
even as
The
affordable
cinemas
as it used to
exactly.
be.
The cinemas are even more expensive.
You have to pay like
So
12 to
cinemas seem like a
15,000
bougie
naira.
thing, more bougie thing to do. So it's actually crazy because what should be the option? Entertainment is a non-negotiable. People must always get entertained, even when we're going through, because we're going through a lot in Nigeria. So you need something to take your mind off different things, and that's why you see TikTokers now. Mr. Bassi, I'm trying to say the things that the Gen Z, so you understand. TikTokers now are always streaming, so they have something that a way they make money. So they stream on TikTok. So that's even away from trying to stream a movie, trying to stream a show, whatever. They have these things where they just do on TikTok where they stream and then people can just watch and all. But as you're joining those their live streams, it's your data.
Yeah. Data.
So when you think about it, that these TikTokers that are just going into their live stream and watching, they are making money. They are making money. Lucky for them, but unlucky for you. So you think twice.
But if I may just add, the point I would like to make in respect of this story, that there are still people who have their money, to watch this thing on the the what do you call it now?
Cinema?
The movie. No, the movie. The streaming platform. Yeah. So there are still people who have the money to spend to watch, but just make the internet availability, better. Just improve the quality, because those in the rural area also did this internet access, right? So drive it down, whatever it takes, whatever government needs to do to be able to further open it such that people everywhere can have access to internet, and they want to watch, fine, truly. But the point is that there are still people, even as we complain, truly it's quite expensive, right? Because of course the rates has been hiked. Fine. So that people can still, but where the pain really for some people is that in spite of the hike in the rate, the quality of internet is still not good enough. I think that's where whatever it is that the government, the regulator needs to do with the
even if you have the money, imagine paying for a whole year of internet service and you're just across 3 months and it's exhausted. Like a lot of regulation needs to be done when it comes to telecommunications industry.
We haven't seen much improvement in terms of quality of service that the operators offer, despite the hike that I think it was this year.
I think we have to give it to some of them. I think for some of them is, at least on my end, I think some of them they're actually doing better. It's just that the tariff is over the roof. The cost of the data is crazy. So you might get it fast. You mentioned a network provider that is quite slow. But I cannot deal with that.
God,
to take to use the faster one, you have to literally pay through your nose. Like,
and we get exhausted.
How many seconds, and you're seeing 0 MB. You need to. I'm like, from where to where now?
We hope it gets better.
Yes, we do hope it gets better. But let's see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard very, very quickly this morning, because we've run out of time. It says, why apathy dogs voter registration in Southeast and South. This is on page 5 of the paper this morning, and on the top left-hand side of the paper, it says, Mossop others rejects Tinubu's oil resumption in Ogoni. And on page 8 of the paper this morning, it says Tinubu promotes 52,000 paramilitary officers in 2 years. This is according to the Interior Minister. And on page 19 of the paper this morning, DMO offers 200 billion naira FGN bonds for subscription. And on page 7 of the paper this morning, traders lament as Lagos government demolishes 19 buildings at Trade Fair Plaza. 19 buildings is a lot, but I think anything, but staying there is at the cost of human life. So I'd say there's some, like they say, growing pains, some pains you have to go through to actually get to the next level.
Actually, it wasn't that the building were found to be dilapidated. No, they said that they are building illegal development. That's what it is.
So when you say illegal development, what does it mean?
illegal development, you didn't get approval
Mhm.
to be able to build there, and maybe you shouldn't even build there in the first place. That place is not meant for that kind of a development.
So we know it's
And
not approval. There's
But
no
that's
way
exactly
you
what I'm
would
saying.
construct anything in Lagos.
No, it's not. I'm saying that it's not as if those buildings were old buildings that have been found to be dilapidated, and so government had to go put them down so as not to constitute a danger to life. No, that's not the point.
Yeah.
The point is that that's saying that where you are developing, you have not gotten approval to develop that. Maybe you shouldn't even.
And you
develop
shouldn't.
there
That's what
in
I'm
the
saying, because
first
they will
place.
still come back to demolish it. So it's
Yeah.
better earlier than late.
That's what
Don't
I'm
you
saying.
think?
In Lagos, I'm well aware that there's nowhere you would build that even there's a local government and council that actually have to do with building. They would know that they will know rather that you are building there. See, it's even in streets where you think these people would not get access to, they will find
go
out
there,
that
yeah.
you are building there. So they know. They knew that while they were building this construction.
Okay, so your point is that why did you allow them to take you to that level before you come demolish it?
Why?
Right?
Who gives the approval for them to get
They
to those
give the
points?
approval, Elizabeth. I'm telling you for a fact. They do give the approval. They would wait for you to complete it, even wait for businesses to start running there. And they just wake up one day and be like, oh, sorry, we didn't see so latitude to this, longitude to this. It's cannot stay. I'm telling you, real life. This building cannot stay here. So it's really, really sad.
I watched the video yesterday. And it
Really
was
sad.
quite sad.
I saw the video.
Quite sad. That
One of my customers too did not give me what's supposed to give me because it's building too much.
Oh.
It's really sad. And they've been there for like a long time. So are you telling me that you just sat down, watched the building, and now woke up one day and like, this place to this place is not looking like it should be here. No, it's really sad.
Yeah.
It's sad, but it will bite for a while, but I'm sure they will get over it.
Sure.
Eventually.
People get over.
Like,
people
no,
don't
they say
really
we're
get
best
over
in
loss.
resilience in Nigeria.
I think the best thing for people to just do, because under the current administration of Mr. Governor Sanwo-Olu, we've seen lot of demolition. I think the best thing for people to just do is that before you build, go seek approval. And in fact, before you put your structure anywhere, I mean, once if you have acquired a land,
Right.
go to the office of the Surveyor General to see. There's what they call check.
Right.
If you go to check to see whether that place is free.
Okay.
If you go to the office of the surveyor, you check whether if it is free, you get to know. If it's not free, I think then also go to the Lagos State Land Bureau. You go there, they will check for you. If the place is free, fine. If it's not free, I mean, you quickly step back. So you don't put in, spend millions or billions to build a particular place, and then government comes thereafter to demolish.
Look at the celebrity that her building was actually demolished. Do you want to tell me that she didn't go through the right approval when she acquired the land? She built it was all over the place. All over, everyone was talking about it. So do you want to tell me that they didn't realize as a then that building had one comma or the other that wouldn't make... See, there is no way in this Lagos that you want to start a building and you not do the right thing, because they won't let you rest. Before you know it, you see that red thing on your gates because you've not done the right thing. You get what I'm saying?
Deborah, there's something we need to also understand. There are times people go get this, go run without actually going to the right place. And then you pay people, right? There are people who actually pay some guys who come around.
So what's the role of these Omoniles?
Thank you.
Because these Omoniles, they are, will I say, one of our biggest problems.
Yes.
So are they also part of the problem? Because they will come and tell you XYZ thing, you meet this person, you tip this person. Is that what you're saying? That all those people are actually, when you finish paying all those monies here and there, you've actually not even met the actual
The monies are another set of it's more like before you come to our land, you have to like appease the gods kind of thing. Now we're talking about Lagos State itself, the institutions and the bodies that have to do with buildings. You get. After you go through, do you know that there are some people that after they acquire seeable of the building, authentic, I can still come and contest it. That no, this building is mine. Do you know that? Exactly, that's how the Nigeria system is. You have your C of O, but I will still take you to court that is not your own.
So how do you arrive at that?
Yeah, that's because the same C of O is still, there's a part in the Lagos State building infrastructure and building thing. I can't really remember their full name. That has to be C of O. Same that has to do with approval. Same that has to be surveyors. Same that have to do with land something. You can get all of these things with the correct stamp. Do you get? At the end of the day, they will come and tell you that this building cannot be here. This building does not belong to you. That is just the tale in Nigeria.
Anyway,
that's problematic.
There are issues around.
That's actually very problematic.
Issues around the way these things are done in Lagos, but the point is that people should just have to be cautious, so you don't.
So how cautious can you get? Because if Deborah is saying that, oh, you can get all those things and they'll still come and tell you, so how cautious can you get then?
You pray to God.
But of course, you also know that even if you have your C of O, of course, they lapse in 90 years. So I mean, so is that
certificate of ownership there? I don't know if you
no, but the point is that actually, I also know that if you have been given authentic, documents by any government, so you have your C of O, you have other document that are officially given to you by the government. If for any reason, because sometimes there could be along the line, government might discover, okay, we need to do something, some kind of development around this place, and then there's what they call overriding public interest. So if your building must go down for overriding public interest, government will pay compensation, and that's why you need to have those documents, because it is those documents that you present. So I was officially permitted to build here. Now that you have come to say, look, I mean, there's something we need to put up here in the interest of the general public, which is actually over and above your own personal interest, then government will have to pay you, pay compensation to you, knowing very well that the papers or the document you are presenting to them, were actually given to you by the government.
Right.
So at the end of the day, it's still good to have those documents, so that in the event of anything, you can be compensated.
Right, because we have to go now. So let's briefly see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. I saw it earlier and I thought it was very intriguing. I call it a demon, the demon of insecurity. You might call it a beast, you can call it whatever, but I see it as a demon.
You can call it a devil.
I see it as a demon that is actually the federal government at the mercy of this beast, this demon of insecurity. As you can see on the demon itself, like written on it says insecurity, and then you see the flag of Nigeria also on its belly, and then you see the federal government, the man at the at the feet of the demon of the beast has a Nigerian attire, so you can clearly see that that's national attire, right? That's the federal government. So, and that's like someone in government. So they're literally at the beast of insecurity, and it should be the other way around. You can't be at the mercy of insecurity. You have to be in charge.
Unfortunately, that's what the cartoon actually captures exactly what's happening in Nigeria. No, the other day we were talking about the fact that in Katsina State, we are seeing local government going to negotiating with bandits and police, begging them. Look, I can understand how and why citizens or even government will go and beg bandits, please don't kill us anymore, and please, whatever you want, we're going to give it to you. But we should be the other way around. So it will come to a point where it looks as if the government as sort of, I don't want to use the word fail the people, but
we want to be positive, but at the same time,
it's disturbing to see that Nigerians are completely and totally at the mercy of bandits and terrorists all over the place, especially in the north. And so I think that government should wake up and do a lot more than they're doing right now to protect Nigeria, because at the end of the day, the primary purpose of government is to protect lives, is to ensure safety, welfare, and security of the citizens. If you can't do that, of course, that government is, because that's the primary purpose. That's the primary reason why there is a government.
To protect your citizens.
Ensure the welfare of the citizens.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Deborah Eze. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at Premium
Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. The MBA Students Conference themed Executions as a Competitive Edge, Skills, Systems and Partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
But when it comes to delivering the result, it is execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the chief financial officer, chief operating officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, and commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's discipline as part of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right?
You are watching Business Day Television.
Friday and another bright morning in the world of business. Hello and welcome to Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television, broadcasting to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria, the nation's commercial capital. I am Deborah Eze. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the rounds in the world of business. Electricity workers have called off their strike after nearly 10 hours following the federal government's intervention in the labor disputes raging at the Transmission Company of Nigeria. The truce was reached at an emergency meeting in Abuja called by the Minister of Power, who was represented by senior ministry officials and attended by officials from the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, among others. According to reports, both sides agreed on critical agreement that would allow the industrial action to be suspended after hours of negotiation. A communique issued at the end of the conference shows that the unions approved the minister's request to study the report of a standing committee by October 6th and 7th, 2025, with implementation beginning later that month. And moving on, Citigroup has revealed that the Naira would witness modest pressure in 2026 after maintaining a rare stability this year as the Central Bank of Nigeria begins a monetary easing cycle and crude prices decline. David Cohen, Citi's African economist, in a note to clients on Wednesday, says the local currency may weaken to between 1,650 to 1,700 per dollar by mid next year. The CBN on Tuesday lowered key interest rates by 50 basis points to 27% in the first rate cut in 5 years as inflation begins to taper off, signaling more cuts should the disinflationary trajectory be maintained. According to the report, prices in Africa's top crude oil producer slowed for the 5th straight month in August to 20.12% from 21.9% in the prior month, buoyed by slowing food and energy prices after a month of sharp rise. And still on, the major individual shareholder of banks in Nigeria, GTCO, Stanbic IBTC, Zenith, and UBA are set to pocket a combined 9.3 billion naira in interim dividend for the first half of 2025. According to reports, Jim Ovia, the chairman of Zenith Bank PLC, will take home the largest share at 7.25 billion naira, followed by Tony Elumelu, the chairman of United Bank of Africa, UBA, with 1.3 billion naira. Atedo Peterside, through his family trust, will also receive 584.3 million naira, while Segun Agbaje, the managing director of GTCO Holdings, is set to earn 127 million naira. So far, these 4 banks remain the only institutions to announce interim dividend in H1 2025, despite Sterling Oldco and Wema Banks also reporting profits within the period. And so when the news, Accra will once again take center stage in Africa Economic and Trade Discourse as it hosts the 9th Ghana International Trade and Finance Conference from October 29th to November 2nd, 2025. The annual conference, organized in partnership with the National Technical Working Committee of the JITFIC Agenda 2031, has grown into a continental platform bringing together policymakers, financial experts, and private sector leaders to deliberate on Africa's pressing trade and financial challenges. This year's edition carries added weight as it features the second Global Debt Initiative, pushing for collective solutions to the mounting global debt crisis. With several African countries grappling with rising debt burden and limited fiscal space, the GDI is expected to provide a rare opportunity for dialogue between government, multilateral institutions, and the private sector on the pathways to debt sustainability. And still to come, after the break, Nigeria's revenue hit 3.65 trillion naira in September 2025, up 411%, and that is by the FIRS. Just stay with us. Right, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning right here on Business Day Television. Now let's move to the first conversation for today. Nigeria's revenue collection soared to 3.65 trillion naira in September 2025, representing a 411% increase year on year, according to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. The agency attributed the sharp growth to stronger tax administration, digital reforms, and improved compliance across key sectors. But what exactly is fueling this surge? Is it sustainable in long term? And how does it translate into fiscal stability for the country? And more importantly, what impact will this have on businesses, investors, and ordinary Nigerians? To help us unpack these questions, we're being joined by Samuel Oyekomi, is the Research and Insight Lead at Nuremberger Financial Group. Good morning, Samuel. It's good to have you on the show.
Hi, good morning, Deborah. Thanks for having me.
All right, now let's look at the drivers of growth. What factors do you think are primarily responsible for the 411% revenue surge? And do you think it is policy reform, oil prices, non-oil taxes, or improved compliance?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of quite a number of things. We're coming from a low base from 2022 regions, right, compared to now in 2025. And a whole lot has happened between that time and now. First off is the fact that the FIRS have also tried to drive some digital initiatives in a bid to improve filing and transparency around tax payments. And then on the other end, we've also seen some spikes, again, either as a result of the exchange rate devaluation, right, which has caused some significant increase by the likes of custom duties and a couple of other policies around government that has helped to improve tax payments. Now, so two ways. There's tax collection drive from the FIRS to be able to ensure that we're able to capture as much people into the bracket and improve compliance. Then there's also some other results that was a consequence of economic policies that have also caused that increase in terms of collection has also come to be things like around the customs duty, like I said, crude oil, again, in the crude oil market, we've also seen increase in terms of taxes collected from crude oil market and then from oil players. So there's been quite a number of things happening around the economy which had necessitated the surge in tax collections.
All right. So, how much credit do you think the FRS due to reform and the enforcement should get compared to the broader economic activities?
I think we could give them their credit, because then again, if you go back to 2020, that was when the FIRS really came up with, they started the digital drive when they introduced the Tax Pro Max platform, which has really helped them to really enhance the administration around efficiency, increase compliance, which again, as we can see, has helped to boost revenue for the country. We've also seen them adopt some other kinds of invoicing system. I think that was the last year. That has also helped them to improve transparency. So that has really played a significant role in driving tax collection. But again, if you look at it on the flip side, compared to where we were in late 2023, economic activities have pretty much improved slightly compared to those regions across. The nominal GDP this year looks like it's going to hit around 400 trillion. And that gives you an indication of how much economic activities is really going on in the country. And all that coming together helps to drive revenue collection on the part of the government.
Okay, so but can Nigeria realistically sustain this level of revenue growth? Or do you think we're looking at a one-off spike?
Yeah, growth that we saw now, this is an outlier, because when you look at it, right, there's also exchange rate component in that number. There's also the fact that we are coming from a very low base to this to where we find ourselves now. So of course, you won't find growth up to the 400, 200% going forward. But will the growth be sustainable? Yes, but not in this astronomical form anymore, because there are quite a number of factors that drove this sort, which will not be there anymore. So I think from the end of 2025, what we'll be finding is that we'll be on a level field where you can now start consolidating on those gains and see growth. Of course, the tax reform next year is primed to also help to boost tax collections, maybe not in the short term, but in the medium to long term, and that could play a huge role. But we are not likely to see 400% increase, 200% increase, especially when tax rates are not, still remains, for example, VAT rate still remains at 7.5. Most of other CIT and others remain at those levels.
Let's talk and touch on the implication for the economy. So how significant do you think this revenue boost for government will boost government spending on infrastructure, debt servicing, and social programs?
So ideally, right, when government revenue improve, the expectation is that the government has a lot more funds within their capacity to be able to drive infrastructural development, and that's what you'd expect. We've seen FAC allocations to states in recent years, even months, has been significant, right? Which means that the state governments also have enough to be able to drive their recurring expenses and also capex. So we'd expect that, but again, there's always issues around the willingness of the government to be able to allocate these funds to the right channel, which will drive economic growth. The last time I checked, our budget still takes recurring expenditure still takes a huge part of our government expenditure on an annual basis. And of course, you know that if you want to drive actual growth, you need to put a lot more into capital expenditure infrastructure. Our infrastructural deficit is estimated at around 100 billion annually. If you calculate that, that's a huge trillions of naira, right? Which our revenue still does not even meet. But unfortunately, rather than tackle some of those infrastructural deficits, which would, of course, drive economic growth in the short to medium term, we still find ourselves dealing with debt servicing and then recurring expenditures.
Think that inflation, and you mentioned tax issues, so do you think that inflation, tax evasion, or slowing would actually slow the economy activity? Now, do you think the risk would actually derail the momentum for in slowing the economic activity?
So when you look at it from a macro point of view, right, what inflation has shown is that inflation is slowing, right? And as you see that the MPC has also acted on that by cutting interest rate by 50 basis points during the week, which gives an intention that economic activity should be expanded even beyond what we're saying. The economy grew by about 4% already in Q2 this year. On the back of those interest rate cuts, slowing inflation, economic activity should improve. There should be a lot more borrowing going into next year. And what that can tell you is that, of course, if business activity is improving, tax payments will also increase because expectedly there will be increased profitability. But it doesn't change the fact that there's still risk because the inflationary policies that we have had to implement in the last 2 years have had significant impact on low level on the citizens at low level on the social cadre, right? And there needs to be that safety net for those who have been affected. Of course, a huge part of Nigerians are suffering from multidimensional poverty. So there needs to be that form of cover for them. But if there's anything to take home again, is the fact that the tax reform that has been signed, waiting implementation by January 2026, is pretty much, of course, there's nothing that's supposed to be airtight, but looks airtight from an helicopter view, to the sense that there's going to be minimal tax evasion. There's also going to be some level of proration around those that will be taxed. Will be taxing more of the rich compared to the poor. I think a host of along that line, the fact that the tax system is now relatively simple compared to where we used to be. Those should help drive tax collection. So I do not really think that we'll be seeing any slowing down, at least in the short to medium term, on the back of some of these things that I mentioned.
So do you think that increased revenue would ease Nigeria's borrowing needs and also increase the fiscal stability?
Like I will always say again, ideally, that's how it should be, right? Increased revenue should, of course, mean that the fiscal side is a lot more balanced. It could also mean that our fiscal deficit should begin to shrink. We've been dealing with that for the last 11 to 12 years. And then it should also mean that we wouldn't be borrowing as much. But unfortunately, I still don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to change. I think we'll still have to borrow because, like I said, 100 billion infrastructural deficit, and a huge part of our budget still goes for debt servicing and then recurrent expenditure. So it means that we have limited funds driving towards infrastructure. So you need to still borrow to be able to do that. But what I would expect that we would see going forward is that the rate of that borrowing should reduce as revenue increases, so that we are able to have a sustainable fiscal environment in the medium to long term. So ideally, I would expect we should find that. But leaders to be able to now have, as a result of subsidy removal, violation of currency, tax drive collections, economic growth, rather than towards other channels. And then there should really be some scrutiny around following through with implementation of this fund, so ensure that they are really used for what is being allocated for. If we are able to achieve that, of course, maybe we won't have to borrow so much anymore, and then we can be able to see very good sustainability in terms of the fiscal environment. But aside that, the chances are we'll keep borrowing.
Let's take a look at the impact on businesses and also investors. How do you think businesses should interpret this development? Does it mean stricter tax enforcement is coming?
Yeah, what the tax reform, if we start from there, from 2026, means that there are going to be stricter tax collections. Of course, not necessarily increase, but it means that a number of companies, individuals will not be able to evade tax anymore. And there's been some tightening stance around that. So, of course, businesses should expect that. But I don't think businesses, again, if you're doing legitimate business, will worry about tax collection. Of course, you're doing business in Nigeria, you're also enjoying some of the facilities that being in a sovereign nation like Nigeria offers you. So the expectation is that you should pay tax. I think what business individuals and investors will be looking at is what would the government be doing with those tax collection? I think that's the major question in the mouth of everyone, and even analysts, to ensure that these funds are coming in. Yes, we are recording significant growth in terms of revenue collection, both the federal, state, and even to local governments. But are we actually seeing those funds materialize into visible infrastructural growth, visible reforms that drive economic growth, that also, at the end of the day, support businesses to grow, that helps ease of doing business for these businessmen? Because when those things are in place, I think business will also try better. And then, again, it becomes a chain of reaction, because it's stricter tax collection from the government, from on the side of the government, from the businesses. The government used that to drive infrastructural growth that impacts the business to be able to increase their activities. Of course, there's going to be more tax again from the business down to the government. So it becomes like a cycle. And then that is how the economy grows. We want to achieve $1 trillion economy. We will need to be able to ensure that those funds are really used to drive the economy growth.
Okay, and for investors, do you think this signal a more stable macro economic outlook, or is it too soon or early to tell?
So investors do not necessarily, investors are proactive, right? So you want to be able to see into at least the next 6 to 1 year. And I think investors, even before now, are already seeing that Nigeria's
let's do we still have you, Samuel?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, now let's move to the structure or the bigger picture. So what structural reforms do you think are still needed to keep broadening the tax net and reduce over-reliance on oil?
Yeah, so one is to ensure we diversify the economy as much as possible, because what we still have is that we are still quite exposed to volatility in crude oil markets, which could impact oil revenues from the government side. But in the non-oil side, we've also seen significant growth in recent times, but I think we need to do more to diversify the economy. If that is done, we want to be able to see the full implementation of this tax reform from end to end, from the beginning to the end, because then again, you can be able to drive that collection that you really want to achieve. And then let's improve our social trust. And the way to improve social trust is federal government, state government, local government across different constituencies ensures that these funds, when they come in, are actually used for developmental developments, things that the Nigerians can see and feel and can impact them. I think when you put this in place, it helps to drive social trust, and at the end of the day also help the government in driving collections as much as possible.
Okay, what other indicators should we watch to know if this revenue momentum would continue in 2026?
I think one particular one that everyone will want to look at again is how the tax collection is growing as a ratio of how the economy is growing. So tax to GDP ratio is one that Nigerians want to really look at. Right now, the economy grew by 4.28% in Q2, and it's looking like our nominal GDP is going to cross around the region of 400 trillion for this year. So of course, in macros, analysts, market players want to look at what's that tax revenue, right, compared to what our GDP is looking like. That gives you an indication to say, is tax collection growing in tandem with how the economy is growing? And that can help you understand if in reality, right, it is sustainable going into the future. Of course, don't forget that the eye is to hit a $1 trillion economy, which means that we should be seeing significant growth across both ends. So if the economy is growing significantly but tax collection is not growing in tandem, then that shows you that there's really some level of disconnect between both. So I think that's an indicator that I would really be looking at going forward.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Samuel Oyekomi, Research and Insight Lead at Nuremberger Financial Group. All right, still to come after the break, economic growth versus reality. Is Nigeria's 4.3% GDP just numbers on papers? Just stay with us.
full insurance. After God, like the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Alright, welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning right here on the Breakfast Show. Now let's move on to our second conversation for today. Nigeria's economy grew by 4.23% in third quarter 2023, according to the latest GDP figures from the National Bureau of Statistics. The numbers suggest resilience in key sectors from services to agriculture and mark one of the strongest growth rates in recent years. But beyond the statistics, many Nigerians continue to grapple with inflation, high unemployment, weak purchasing power, and rising poverty levels. This raises a crucial question. Does GDP growth reflect the lived reality of businesses and households, or is it just a figure on paper? To discuss this, we're being joined by David Adeoye. He's the Director of Quarters Economics. Good morning, David. It's good to have you on the show.
Good morning, Deborah. Thank you. It's a pleasure being here once again.
Thank you very much for your time. Now, what do these latest GDP figures actually tell us about the health of the Nigerian economy?
Well, the first message from this is that the economy is returning to good health. Not perfect health yet. In fact, I would say far from perfect health, but the economy is getting back to good health conditions. When you look at where we were coming from 5 years ago, you look at where we were in 2023, that's 2 years ago, and you compare where we stand today in terms of growth, we have clear signs of recovery. Now, let me put it this way. These are early signs of recovery. Like I mentioned earlier, far from perfect health, but when you have a patient who has been lying comatose for weeks or for months, and the eyes begin to blink, the fingers begin to move, and then you begin to see that this person starts lifting one hand, lifting a leg, and so on. I would say, yes, the economy is recovering. That's the metaphor I can use. is a good sign. In fact, when some patients are in that condition, their families begin to celebrate.
Yeah.
Not because the person is back in perfect health, but they can see a journey to recovery.
So, which sectors do you think contributed most to this 4.23% growth, and are they truly driving inclusive development?
Okay, so we've had growth coming from the upstream, oil and gas. That is welcome development because that sector suffered a lot. Agriculture also did better than it did in prior quarters and in prior years. Now, if what agriculture did this last quarter and in the first quarter, if it's repeated going forward, we can say our agriculture is on the path to recovery. And of course, services. Services is also is getting stronger. It contributed in good measure to the growth we've seen in the economy. Now, it's instructive that some of the sectors that gave us very impressive numbers. So, for example, if you look at the 7 major areas of the economy, and by 7 major, I will list them: agriculture, mining and quarrying, manufacturing, transportation and storage, information and communication, financial services, then other industries. When you check the numbers, you will see that we did not have declines in any of this area for the first half of this year. Now, at Quarters Economics, one of the things we have done is to take a quick look at, this is second quarter, but if we add that to first quarter, then we have a half year. If we compare this half year with the half year for 2024, how are we looking? And when we make that comparison, agriculture is 2% higher. Mining and quarrying, where you have upstream oil and gas, is 11% higher. Manufacturing is 2% higher. Transportation and storage is 17% higher. And then information and communication, ICT, is 7% up. Financial services is 16% up. And other industries, 2% up. All of these are green. There's no red. So we say, yes, it's impressive growth given where we are coming from. But a person's history is not the only barometer to check how well that person is doing. You also want to check, okay, others in similar conditions, how are they doing? You also want to check, given that person or that country's challenge, is it doing enough? I'm sure we'll get to these discussions later. Thank you.
So I remember vividly that we were supposed to have a conversation about the economic growth of Nigeria. So you have the floor now. So why do we see this economic growth on papers, and yet Nigerians, they still feel the pinch of inflation, joblessness, and also poverty?
Okay, good question. And I will say, let's look at it this way. When we say economic growth of what? What does it represent? What does it measure? So when we talk about economic growth, we use GDP, gross domestic product. Now, some of the times we may find that we don't interrogate the meaning of the words we use, partly because the words come more often or they come frequently, so they become more like mere symbols. When we talk about gross domestic product, we are talking about what a singular measure of production within the economy. So I will say what we are seeing is not just growth on paper. There are businesses that are doing better than they were 2 years ago. That's not to say all businesses are doing better, because for us to have 4.23% growth relative to Q2 of last year, in arithmetic terms, what that means is simple. You have where you produced 100 at the end of Q2 last year. By the end of Q2 this year, you have produced 104.23. That's what it means. Now, let's also not forget that this is aggregate growth. It doesn't mean every single one, or every single business, or every single production unit did 4.23% better than they did last year, than they did by this time last year. What this means, among other things, is that on average, we have 4.23%. And when we delved into the sectors, we discovered some subsectors did 20-something percent. For example, I talked about transportation and storage that did 17%. So those in that line of business may have seen an uptick. And yes, they may have seen an uptick in production. So when we talk about GDP, what it does is to give a summary or singular measure of our total production. That's what the measure of GDP relates to. Now, how does this translate to welfare? Unless we produce more, we cannot have more, as it were. Let me use the analogy of a farmer or a village. Let's use a village as representing a country. There are farms in the village. We can easily say that the GDP is the sum total of harvests from all the farms combined together. Now, when the number of people in the village is increasing, it is required and expected that the output from the farms should also increase. If it doesn't, two things will happen. The villagers will have to eat from their storage from last year, or they will have to buy from other villages. Now, buying from other villages is what we will call imports. Eating from storage is effectively depleting our savings or selling our investments to feed today. So from that simple metaphor, you can see it's crucial that production happens and that production grows. But it's also another thing that, okay, is most of the production happening on one person's farm while other farmers in the village are suffering? And that's the issue of inequality. So we are saying that, are we getting inclusive growth? Is our GDP a result of inclusive growth? Let's look at it from this perspective. When growth comes from the extractive sectors, mining and quarrying in particular, which in the past half year have done 11% compared to half year of 2025. How many Nigerians are employed in that sector? Very few of them.
Yeah.
Now, it's difficult for a person, exactly, very low. It's difficult for a person to participate in the growth from sectors where you are not involved. Let's also look at financial services. Financial services did 16% for the half year compared to half year of 2024. Will I say I'm entitled to that 16% growth in financial services? If I'm a net depositor, yes, possibly. I will get part of the interest payment. If I'm an employee, possibly a wage increase will come to me. But if I have no direct participation in the financial services sector, that growth will not come to me. I can't participate in that growth. And this brings us to issue of unemployment. Because what unemployment means is the higher the unemployment, the higher the number of people who are not connected to productive activity in the economy. And that means that whether it's ICT that is growing, or financial services, or mining and quarrying, or manufacturing, or transport and storage, such people are not directly involved, or they are not directly or indirectly involved. Let's use, for example, construction. You will notice that when there's major construction going on somewhere, it's not only the construction workers that benefit. You have the mama put that sets up shop close to the construction site. Some time ago, a refinery was being built in Nigeria, the popular refinery we all know about. And someone mentioned to me that somebody was baking 3,000 loaves of bread and selling to workers at that construction site every single day. 3,000 loaves. Now, that person is not a construction worker, but the person is involved in economic activity that supported the construction of that refinery. So what we need to look at is to what extent is the average Nigerian connected to productive activity?
Okay.
And indeed, yeah, you can go ahead, please.
Do you think GDP is still a reliable measure to actually measure the welfare of Nigerians? Do you think it's a reliable measure?
Okay, so when we talk about welfare, GDP is fundamental, but it's not a complete measure. And I will try to break this down a bit. Welfare means, when we are talking about welfare, we are saying what's the quality of life that people are living. That's the major thing about welfare. Now, what determines quality of life? Number one is income. And income is tied to production, which is where GDP comes in. But welfare goes beyond income. Welfare has a lot to do with access to services, access to amenities. So, and when I say services, healthcare and so on. So healthcare, education, communication, literacy, and other items like this. Now, why GDP is important when we're looking at welfare is we cannot share what we have not produced. It's literally impossible. So for the average, now, because our production is growing steadily, because our population is growing steadily, we are still growing at above 2.1% per annum. We're about 226 million by the latest available estimates. And if our production is growing at anything less than, I will even say, single-digit production, is not good enough for us. And let me try and put that in context. We are talking about, the government has been talking about a $1 trillion economy. Do you know what it means for us to achieve $1 trillion? Now, assuming the Naira does not depreciate over the next few years, and we continue to grow, Nigeria will need to grow at about 10% per annum for 15 straight years to get to $1 trillion GDP. Okay, now coming back to the issue of welfare. Welfare is ultimately a function of how much is produced, but also a function of how judiciously, how prudently the resources available to governments are. Reason is there is private production and private income, but there's also the Commonwealth. If the Commonwealth is not being fairly and equitably distributed, that affects welfare a lot. Then another thing is, even on production, if growth is not inclusive, meaning that if growth is not happening, one, across majority of productive sectors, that's number one. Two, if the growth is not sufficient to employ an adequate number of Nigerians, we will still have a problem. So growth that is not inclusive will create problems, but that growth is inclusive in itself does not guarantee full welfare. There also needs to be judicious, equitable distribution of the Commonwealth for us to have true welfare, because there are certain things you can't produce as an individual, that you won't be able to produce or procure as an individual. One of them is education. No matter how rich you are, you won't start a school for your own children alone. The children will still have to attend schools with other people's children. It could be private, but the point is, when we look at our demographics, we look at our population, how much of our children can private schools accommodate? So welfare is a broader term. Production or GDP growth is required, but not sufficient. So there needs to be equity, there needs to be fairness if we are talking about welfare. And of course, good measure of accountability.
All right. So let's look at the way forward now, because we're pressed with time. So what reforms are most urgent to make economic growth more inclusive and reflective of everyday realities?
Okay, so in terms of reforms, one, I would say the government has done a lot to unlock growth in the mining and quarrying sector, oil and gas, and so on. And the numbers speak for themselves. We need more policy drive on the agricultural sector, in the agricultural sector. Because when you look across the sectors that are still suffering slow growth are agriculture and manufacturing. Those are our weakest performers in the economy. And these are areas where what we don't produce, we cannot export. And what we don't produce, if we must consume it, we have to buy it from other people, meaning we have to import. And when I look at the charts, agriculture has done only 2%, manufacturing did only 2% over the half-year period. That's half-year 2025 compared to half-year 2024. So we need policy interventions targeted at manufacturing, targeted at agriculture. Overall, I will say we need to become more enterprise-friendly. Government needs to become far more supportive of enterprise because many Nigerians are, to use the street words, hustling for themselves. So government policies, regulations must become more enterprise-friendly and targeted heavily at agriculture and manufacturing.
Okay, going forward or looking ahead, how do you think Nigerians should judge progress? Do you think they should judge by just the GDP growth alone, or do you think they should look at broader indicators like employment, productivity, and also poverty reduction?
Okay, so number one, like I've mentioned before, GDP growth is foundational. In looking at economic progress, it is foundational. Now, the tricky part is other measures of progress. When we talk about employment, do we have a true measure of unemployment? What we currently use to calculate the unemployment rate, I beg to disagree with the statistics that we use. Says something like if a person is able to work, is it 4 or 5 hours a week, that person is not unemployed. That does not give us full representation. So when it comes to measurement, from a measurement standpoint, we have a problem with how we view unemployment. Now, beyond unemployment, we should measure progress, one, like I said, from production, and we should measure progress also from the angle of stability of our currency. That is vital. I will also say for those who are data savvy, let's measure our progress by the value of our exports, especially our non-oil exports as a fraction of our total exports. When we do that, we'll be looking at the structural health of our economy and not just the quantum or the scale, because the GDP growth, especially measured in Naira, tells us only about the scale of the economy and the movement in size. The structural health is equally important. It's when the structural health reaches a tilting point that we see devaluations of devaluation of the Naira or depreciation of the Naira. So I will say, let's focus on the size of the economy, which is GDP, but very importantly, let's also focus on the structural health of the economy, strength of our currency, and then the scale or the value of our exports relative to our imports.
Okay, so finally, we didn't touch on the investors. Do you think this is a sign of resilience or it's a warning for structural imbalances?
Well, it's a sign of resilience, that I will say. Yes, so at the top level, 4.23% year on year is a good sign for investors. Nigeria is picking up. But when you dig into the details, you will see issues around structural imbalances. But those issues of structural imbalances, are they correctable? Yes, they can be corrected. Are there investable opportunities there? Absolutely. Within agriculture that did just 2%, within manufacturing that did just 2%, there are opportunities for investments. So people, investors can still find good avenues, good windows to plug in. And for portfolio investors, yes, there's a measure of stronger security for their investments. Yes, the economy is picking up. That we can confirm from the data.
All right, thank you so much for the insights on the Business Money Show, David Adeoye, Director, Quarters Economics. It was good to have you on the show.
Thank you, too. A pleasure being with you.
All right, that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We touched on Nigeria's revenue hitting 3.65 trillion naira in September 2025, up 411%. And that statistics is from the FIRS. And also we looked at the economic growth versus the reality. Do we think Nigeria 4.23% GDP is just numbers or on papers? And that's the much we can take on the Business Morning segment today on the Breakfast Show. I am Deborah Eze. Thank you so much for watching, and do stay with us as the Breakfast Show continues with the big story with Elizabeth Musa after the short break. Have a good morning.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we're looking at one of Nigeria's most urgent climate challenges, extreme heat. Rising temperatures are already spoiling food, straining health systems, and making daily life harder for millions. But alongside this risk, there's also opportunity. Across the country, entrepreneurs are coming up with bold solutions from climate-smart farming to affordable cooling and off-grid energy. Supporting these innovations is the TECA Heat Action Wave, or THAW, which helps early-stage ventures turn promising ideas into scalable businesses. And joining me to explore how entrepreneurship can drive climate resilience is Tochi Ginigeme, the director at Mesh Ventures. Welcome to the show, Tochi.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
It's really good to have you. And I see that you're doing the green for sustainability. Is it?
Yes, we're matching.
We're actually matching green for sustainability. All right, let's go into the conversation today. Extreme heat has become one of Nigeria's biggest climate threats in recent times. Why is this an urgent issue right now, and how is it changing life for communities and businesses?
No, thank you very much, and for having me here to discuss something that I believe is quite pertinent. When we talk about climate change, I think it's now become our reality, and it's important for businesses, for individuals to start thinking about how we can build climate resilience, right, around the work that we do every day. And so that's why I'm here today, really, to speak to entrepreneurs and innovators about why this is important and the steps that we can start to take to address it. I think when we look at Nigeria especially, we have a number of climate challenges or climate issues that can be threats to ways of life and standard of living. We talk about drought, we talk about rising temperatures, we talk about flooding. If you live in Lagos, you've probably seen what happened in the last couple of days. So although extreme heat is not, or rising temperatures more generally, is not the only climate challenge that we face, I think it's one of the more pressing ones because for example, the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, NIMET, has issued several heat stress warnings this year. I think we've seen 3 this year alone, warning communities, especially across the 19 northern states, about rising temperatures and how they can adjust or be informed that this is happening. So take cover, so to speak.
Right, and a lot of people think that climate adaptation is government work. Why should entrepreneurs be on the front line of this fight?
Yes, the government has a significant role to play when it comes to climate adaptation. There's no doubt about that. It's the government's role to act paternalistically and look after its citizens. However, it's not only this obligation should not be reserved only for government agencies or MDAs. I think that entrepreneurs, the private sector, communities have an important role to play as well, because it's a collaborative effort, right? The private sector is responsible for driving innovations and working with communities and working with businesses to make the ecosystem more resilient. So I don't think that it's something that only the government should do. We need to get as many hands as possible involved in this important issue.
Absolutely. And you, Tochi, you get to work closely with early stage startups. When it comes to founders tackling climate problems, what sets the promising ones apart?
What sets promising founders apart when it comes to climate issues? I think, first of all, is a lot of the same characteristics or traits that set founders apart in general. So you want to see problem-solving abilities, you want to see resilience, you want to see innovation, you want to see ambition and drive. But because, again, this climate crisis is something that has been introduced in the last, I would say, decade or two, a lot of founders are still trying to get used to it and trying to understand. And not just founders, even experts in various fields are trying to understand the impact of the changing climate on ecosystems, on livelihoods, on ways of working, and trying to build around it. So I think fundamentally, if you're a founder, there are certain traits that set you apart if you're going to be successful. But beyond that, we want to start seeing more and more founders get curious about the impact of their innovations on the environment and also build for resilience, right? How are they thinking about the environment as a stakeholder? So you talk about your stakeholders, it's no longer just internal and external. It's looking across your activities to see the impact that it's having on the environment, on the communities that you engage with as well.
And we're also seeing that agriculture is actually feeling the heat, you know. In that regard, what innovative solutions are you seeing in food and farming?
Well, that's a great question. And when it comes to agriculture and food systems, it's one of the more critical areas of any economy. You have to be able to cater to the populace and feed the nation, as we like to say. And it's so fantastic to see the technologies and the innovations that have come out of that space. We've seen farmers and agripreneurs begin to introduce drought-resistant crop varieties, for example. We've seen soilless farming practices. We've seen circular irrigation systems launched. We've also seen a lot of innovations with cooling systems as well, and how clean energy is being incorporated across that value chain. So these are just a few. There are a whole plethora of innovations that we've seen. I think the agri economy is one of the rapidly evolving spaces when you talk about climate and innovation, and for good reason too, right? Because agriculture and climate very closely linked. So those are a few of the innovations that we've seen.
Right. And in Nigeria's cities, homes and workplaces, they're becoming dangerously hot. Entrepreneurs, which you deal with, you know, all the time, are they actually coming up with affordable cooling or housing ideas that can make urban living even safer?
I would say that we have seen some new systems that directly address heating in urban areas and in houses. One of the more prominent ones that's become quite prevalent is solar cooling. So solar panels essentially being used to generate electricity and power cooling systems. We've seen more affordable cooling systems now being introduced, portable cooling systems as well. There are some solar hand fans. There's some portable hand fans that have recently been introduced. But I think beyond that, we're going past enabling tech, which is how we typically categorize these types of innovations, to how can we build, so kind of like going further upstream to say, even when we're conducting urban planning and infrastructure development, how do we make sure that the buildings are developed in a sustainable way, using materials that are not going to absorb heat, and also using material that's more sustainable so that it can withhold or withstand harsher climate conditions. So yes.
So you're going actually beyond. Do you have any of these entrepreneurs within your ecosystem that are already engaging in these practices?
Yes, we do. We have a couple of entrepreneurs come to mind who are now thinking about, in the construction, specifically in the construction space, who are now thinking about what types of construction materials are being introduced into the market, how are these being sourced, how sustainable are they, and how well adapted are they to the changing climate. We're also seeing that in commercial buildings as well. We're seeing people trying to make the most use of space, so building stores that are more efficient and at the same time properly ventilated.
And we also see that heat also, of course, comes with its own health risks, from medicine storage to outdoor workers' safety. How are these startups stepping up in where health systems are falling short? How are they stepping up?
Healthcare is another critical area. And with rising temperatures, there are some, it does stress the healthcare infrastructure that we currently have. And what we're seeing now is some certain healthcare providers are introducing early warning signals, especially across rural areas and communities, that can send out information to the communities to inform them of impending heat waves or changes in the climate, which I think is quite important. However, there are some challenges. We don't yet have a national heat action plan, which we have seen some other countries starting to implement now, because policy is very important, right? So policy is going to guide how a lot of these innovations get dispersed or distributed across the public, how they're supported, and also how they operate within existing systems. So when it comes to healthcare, I think that's an important area that entrepreneurs should look towards innovating in. We are seeing innovations already, as I said earlier, with early warning signals and communities. I guess I'd say with healthcare being more accessible in certain communities that are more susceptible to these extreme temperatures, like in the north, for example. NIMET had actually reported record high temperatures in certain parts of the north of up to 44 degrees C. And when you think about the way our economy is designed and the number of people that work outdoors, then that poses a health risk. So more effort is required, calling on entrepreneurs as well. They have innovative solutions that can support the healthcare industry. That would be great to see.
Absolutely great. And we're also seeing that with Nigeria's power grid under strain, continuous strain, what are some of the opportunities that exist for off-grid energy, for renewable cooling, or even smarter energy solutions? What are some of these opportunities existing?
I think the number of opportunities that exist in that space, and I would say that many households and even businesses have recently had to reconsider their energy mix just to make sure that it's not fully dependent on the national grid or on unsustainable energy sources. So we're seeing increased penetration of solar panels and solar energy and inverters and other clean energy sources as well. So I think there are opportunities. What's great to see is how these opportunities are being put together so that it's accessible and it's affordable. So there are embedded finance now. There are embedded finance systems within this space that allow people to purchase solar panels on a certain plan or pay as you go, just to make it more affordable so that people can take advantage of these clean energy sources.
And funding climate ventures, we know they can be very tricky. What makes resilience-focused startups attractive to investors, and what barriers are they still up against?
It's a great question. I think funding startups is risky because by the very nature of startups, they're unproven, they're trying to be disruptive. So it's a risky venture. Funding climate startups is interesting because, as I said, the space is still fairly nascent and it's just starting to gain traction. So there are huge upfront costs which commercial investors may not be willing to absorb. But what we're seeing is impact investors or impact focused investors are very keen on this because they don't account for value in terms of monetary terms alone. They care about the impact on the environment, on the people, on the communities. And so that has been a great match, I would say, for climate entrepreneurs, connecting them to funders or investors that have this thesis, that care about the environment. So I think is something that has worked. In terms of barriers that they're still up against, I would say that just adaptation, right, and adoption. I think those are two words that need to be in place for us to roll out climate solutions at scale, right? We need people to be aware of these challenges, to adapt to it, or be willing to adapt to it, and we need to make it affordable and accessible, right? So I think that's one challenge because it still seems very niche. Certain areas, especially in urban areas, as I said earlier, the energy mix is more diverse. You have clean energy sources, but in certain rural areas, there's still huge dependencies on the grid or other less sustainable sources of energy. So we do need to make this affordable, and we need to roll it out at scale. So I think that's one challenge that entrepreneurs would have to think about. How do we get this to the last mile? How do we get this to rural areas? Majority of Nigerians live in rural areas. So how do we make sure that these technologies and these innovations are available to them where they are?
And speaking about making this available to them where they are, tell us more about the Heat Action Wave program. I mean, beyond seed funding, how does it actually help these entrepreneurs actually scale their ideas?
So the Teka Heat Action Wave is a program that's been implemented in Nigeria by BFA Global, with support from FSD Africa and Climate Works Foundation. So it's a very exciting time because it's the first time the program is being implemented in Nigeria. And it's targeted at young entrepreneurs, early stage startups, early stage businesses, small and growing businesses, as we like to say, who have or are building solutions that's targeted towards heat resilience, heat adaptability. And what we're looking for, it doesn't matter if you're a solo founder or you have a team, but we're looking for businesses who have a working prototype of some sort. So super early stage is fine, but we do want to see that you have a thesis and there's a prototype. There's some level of customer engagement already that has been established. Just to kind of prove the concept at the earliest stage. And then we are supporting those businesses with venture building expertise. So that's tailored expertise to help these businesses through their customer discovery phases, help them with their commercial plans, and really just help them scale, hold their hands as they develop their business growth plans. But beyond the technical expertise, we're also going to connect them to a community of mentors, people who have deep experience and expertise in these sectors, to help them see what's possible and help them realize what's possible. And then the third thing, which I think is important, is the seed funding. So the program also offers non-dilutive funding for these entrepreneurs that are in Nigeria. Again, this program is for Nigerians, so it's for businesses that are registered in Nigeria, so that is a criteria. You have to be registered in Nigeria, but it's okay if it's a solo founder or you're with your team. Really encourage climate entrepreneurs to apply. We talked about some of the barriers that they face with rolling out their solutions and achieving that scale that makes commercial investors interested in them. So it's a fantastic program for them to plug into, get guidance on how to build your businesses and your startups, receive expert mentorship from advisors, and then qualified startups would get a chance to receive seed funding.
Absolutely fantastic. So it's for built by Nigerians, but not just for Nigerians, right?
So this program is for businesses that are operating in Nigeria.
Wow. So looking ahead, where do you see the biggest opportunities for climate-focused entrepreneurship in Nigeria? And really, what's your advice for young innovators who want to make a difference?
I think that it's a big question.
Is it a big question?
It's a big question when you talk about where do you see the opportunities. But to be quite honest, I think that there are opportunities across different industries when it comes to climate adaptation, because climate change is not going to affect or impact certain industries. It's going to change the way of life and the way of living. And entrepreneurs, the one thing they're good at is solving problems. So now we have this new problem or this new way of living that we're all trying to get used to. So whether you're in the fintech space, whether you're in logistics, it doesn't really matter what industry you're in. I think there's an opportunity for you to start thinking about how you can build around the changing climate, how you can incorporate climate-friendly practices into your core operations, and then how you can work with communities that are around you to ensure that they feel ready and they are thinking about climate adaptation and climate resilience. So I think the opportunities are across all sectors. I wouldn't say, this area is where the bulk of the opportunities lie. I think across all key developmental sectors, there are opportunities for you to start thinking about climate.
All right. Thank you very much, Tochi Ginigeme, Director at Mesh Ventures. Thank you for all the work you do, and I wish you all the best with the Teka Hit Action Wave program as well.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still Social Listening. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening, where we break down some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today doing this with me is Deborah Eze. I'm sure they're missing Valentine.
I am. Like I said, 11 years good ever since. I miss you, Valentine.
Valentine,
you're watching. I really miss you.
Valentine, shout out to you today. Yeah. Actually, you're missed. Okay, let's talk about our first story. We don't know if it's let me use Valentine's line. Should we put up a smile or should we put up an umbrella?
Right now to protect myself.
Oh my goodness. Our first story today comes from Adamawa State, where criticism is mounting after it was revealed that the wives of 21 council chairmen were flown to Turkey for a leadership training. Now, the trip was reportedly funded with local government money, despite no budgetary allocation for it. The Association of Local Government Chairmen in the state, Suleiman Ganguba, defended the move, saying the wives needed leadership skills to support their husbands. But many people are furious, calling it a waste of taxpayers' money at a time councils can barely pay salaries or fund projects. We'll take a look at the tweet very quickly, but really talking about taxpayers' money being used to fund foreign trips for people with no official role. We're talking about the wives. Yeah. What do you make of this, and what does this really say about their accountability?
It's so barbaric. That's just the word for it. It's so barbaric that now we cannot we don't know the difference between, like I said, accountability and just playing with the emotions of people that you're supposed to lead. Now these wives, they hold no official position. And why okay, fine, let's even say you want them to you want to have a workshop for them to support their husbands. Do you understand? Why can't you create a local gathering where you can have people really understand the points where they are coming from, the problem that they have to fly all the way to Istanbul to come and coach them and do whatever it is that they want. Why do you have to fly them all the way
to Istanbul?
Really?
Well, maybe that's the best place to get the best trainings. I mean, you should prioritize the best now. 21 of them flown to Turkey for leadership training. Maybe Turkey, you know how Turkey is also the place where when you I'm just joking, where you get good clothes and all of that. So maybe leadership training also. Turkey is that place to be.
The way you say it, I really see your point. I didn't see it from that angle. I thought we're still talking about leadership, a way to actually move the government, the states forward. That's what I thought. But thinking about it like that, it really makes sense that you have to fly to Istanbul.
I mean, what do you think? With local government money, and then the people. We have absolutely amazing trainers right here in Nigeria. Trainers that they even get to fly abroad sometimes. So imagine having to take these people for leadership training in Turkey.
Now, remember that the reason why they flew to Istanbul is actually for personal privilege. It's not to better the state in any way. It's for them to get more knowledge to help their husbands in their position.
Absolutely. It's weird. I think it's a little bit bizarre. But let's see some of the reactions on social media. There's a comment from Mr. Prolific. He says, going to Turkey so you can learn how to manage the grassroots government instead of going house to house, visiting the local healthcare, the schools, and having an open dialogue with the local people. See how you can help. Going to Turkey that doesn't practice the same system of government. Well, that's a very insightful comment there. Valley of Peace says, pensioners starving, workers unpaid, yet 21 local government chairmen's wives are in Turkey on training. Translation, this person now translated, it said, shopping spree with taxpayers' money. Achebe warned us, the center cannot hold when thieves dress corruption as capacity building. I like this person. Let's see more reactions to this conversation. King Mike says, wonderful initiative. Kudos to those involved in this great initiative. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I think I hear sarcasm in that tweet.
Wonderful initiative. Let's see more reactions, if any. 9FX Global says, so the husband can govern and the wives need training to tell him how to govern. Meanwhile, pensioners are fasting involuntarily. That's not governance. That's organized wickedness on vacation. This person.
And it's funny because it's Adamawa State. We know that Adamawa, its use of the taxpayer money is even scarce. How many?
It's not even Lagos State where we get the most tax.
Scarce. You are using scarce resources to fly your wives. 21 of them. Sit calm.
You can't wrap your head around it.
21 of them to Istanbul, and they didn't even sit down. And that's the problem that I have. I was telling someone, I wouldn't have a problem with you embezzling money, doing whatever it is you want to do when you're in the seat of power, but make it make sense. You can't be embezzling money that belongs to the citizen, and then you see make me look stupid on top again. Why? At least if you're going to take my money and that of other citizens, sit down. That's why you have the think tank, group. Sit down, let them sit down, come up with something brilliant. That, we're trying to do the amalgamation of the this, of the that. By the time we sit down, we're like, and the thing makes sense. So we won't have all this baha. But then you take our money, then you now make us look stupid.
But let's also think about it. What if they have, we don't know the backstory. What if they have like a partnership somewhere where the person or the organization is in Turkey, and that's the reason why they have to take it all the way to Turkey for them.
You and I understand. You're globalist. You understand how partnership works, especially when it comes to workshops like this. No, they would not pay for your flight tickets. They would not pay for your accommodation. Neither would they pay for your, because it's a span for a couple of days. They are not going to pay for your tourist. There's something they call tourist pass or what they call it. Whose money is that? Unless the organizers of this event can come out to say, okay, all of this was taken care of. If not, we all know where this money came from. It came from the purses of the people of Adamawa State. That's the Adamawa State government, local government. So obviously, there is no reason. You can't come up with anything. And for the grassroots, like I said, we have amazing people who can actually organize seminars. People that really know what they're doing, but they're limited because they are in Nigeria.
Some are not even limited. We have people doing absolutely who can actually, well.
Exactly. So why can't you have them come educate you on what you can do to move the local government forward?
And could this also be showing some of the problems that we have in Nigeria, where you think that the thing that is from overseas is the superior one?
Of course, it's I don't think that problem is ever going to leave us. I don't think so. Because I remember earlier in a friend of mine career, he's a doctor. He was telling me that, they give more opportunities to people who are actually abroad rather than the people here. Forgetting that the people here, when they go there, they are treated like gold. Like he could not wrap his head around it. Even those in the banking and finance sector also. Once you have one, I studied banking and this in Woodshire University, you are so sure you're getting the job and a higher pay. So that is a thing with Nigeria. It's never going to end. We believe that whatever comes from there is gold, and we are just, we're just what it is. So I don't think it's something that will end. I think that's what actually played out here. They feel like we have to go, and we all, like you said, they went to check out, what we said they went to check out. It's not going to come from my mouth. It's Instable. They went to check out, some trendy stuff. That's like the only explanation.
Check out some trendy stuff. Oh my goodness. But I wish them the best. I really hope to see, and I hope that we'll get to see some transformation coming out of Adamawa State.
Hopefully.
How we might have been, just a little bit confused about this entire thing, because it seems unusual to go for leadership training of the wives all the way in Istanbul, Turkey. But on the good side, maybe we should still look out. I mean, I'll be really looking out for Adamawa State now, to seeing how, to hearing of some transformation, some growth, and then we hear that, this was also one of the women that benefited from the leadership training in Turkey.
I have to change my ambition now. It's sweet now to just be a politician's wife.
Yeah.
Before I wanted to be the politician, but I think I'll just stick to being a politician.
Yeah, so then you can go to
Istanbul,
Monaco for another training,
exactly.
Santorini for another training, and then when you're done with training, you go check out the sea. Just be, just
you really have it.
That's the way. That's the way.
I think I should make you part of my think tank.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see what else is trending on the social media space. Now, in the world of entertainment, Burna Boy is facing backlash after saying that Fela Kuti did not inspire him. Even though he has sampled Fela's work in several of his hit songs. Now, in a chat with tennis legend Roger Federer, Burna admitted that Fela's albums were around him growing up, but he has his real influences from foreign artists like Joe Thomas, Lil Wayne, and Tupac. He added that while Fela was a big influence, he wouldn't call it inspiration. And to be fair, Burna Boy, everyone who knows me knows I'm such a huge fan of Burna Boy. I admire his talent, admire his work ethic, his excellence, and all of that. But I was also a little bit shocked. But again, I'm not going to be in the side of backlash, because I don't think people. I watched the interview.
Because you're a fan of it. You're a fan, rather.
But
Obviously.
I watched the interview. First of all, the first backlash I saw, some of my friends were like, "Oh, who did this pairing? Why would you pair Burna and Roger? No, the pairing on the show. How do you pair Burna and Roger Federer?" Yeah. And I said, the conversation is called goat talk. The first thing is, the conversation is not about tennis. It's goat talk. So you're a goat in your right, I'm a goat in my right. So we're just talking about different things in general. So I told them that's the first thing. That was the first backlash he was getting. But now he spoke. If you know Burna is not a scared person. So, and that's the reason why he will say his truth because it says he was a big influence. He would not call it inspiration.
So,
however it is that you see, so he admitted the fact, oh, he's a big influence, but he has said his inspiration were these people. So be it.
Okay, so for me, I would say Burna Boy was or is both influenced and inspired by Fela. So in music, there's something called sampling. You can only sample a sound that you actually get inspired by or with. Do you understand? Burna Boy, everybody knows that Burna Boy samples Fela's music. So why are you sampling my music if you're not inspired by the music?
You can sample it because you are influenced. You feel the influence of the music, which he admitted.
You can only be inspired to actually want to sample somebody's work, not
but he has said it's a big influence. So that means he sits in his house or with his team, and obviously his mom, we all know that his mom was had like she used to work with Fela. She was one of his dancers, so obviously he would have heard lots of Fela's music, and then that picked. Maybe this is just a grammatical confusion.
What a fun. Oh my god, what a fun.
Maybe this is just grammatical confusion.
You can be influenced. I see your ponytail. You come with ponytail every day and it's beautiful. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to make ponytail. Why? Because Lindsay inspired me to make ponytail. It looks good on her, so definitely it will look good on me. Everybody knows the weight that Fela carries in the music industry, and anything that sounds like Fela would sell. There's this particular boy who sounds so much like Fela, but people say, oh, it sounds like Burna Boy. And that is why it's not going to go so far.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? That's because it is Fela. So there's no how you can actually say it's not your original sound. You keep sampling this person because good, you're inspired by him. See, I used to say something. Burna Boy is very arrogant. He knows his work. Burna Boy is an amazing artist, but there's a difference between arrogance and knowing that, oh, I know this stuff, and I'm going to do it well. There's nothing you can say about it. He's very arrogant. There is nothing wrong in you saying, yes, I draw my inspiration from Fela, but come on, I make it better. Nobody will come for you. But you saying, oh, everybody knows that this thing that you're doing, bang, bang, bang. Once they hear it, they know it's Fela. Even before you open your mouth, like, oh, this sounds like, Fela that I used to listen back in the day. So you, because of the arrogance, you can't admit that your body of work is samples. You can't even admit that it's just sampling that you're doing. There's nothing original.
No. I beg to differ. Okay. I was listening all the while, but when you said that his body of work is sampling.
It's not a bad thing to sample.
No, but his body of work is not sampling.
Okay, so just give me two Burna Boy songs that
even
the beats,
from Twice as Tall, from the album Twice as Tall. How many of the songs were sampling?
Really?
Maybe one or two.
No,
but you can't come like from a 12.
Okay, I really wish you're not a Burna Boy fan.
So we can have the
conversation because, but really, for me, and Burna Boy has every right to say what he wants to say. He has every right to. The truth is the truth. He's both inspired and influenced by Fela. You cannot think of Burna Boy when you hear Burna Boy's bits. When you hear the music arrangement, you know that this is a fella body of work, even without you having, yes, even without you having to listen to the whole song. So he coming out to say it's just pure arrogance.
He did admit, is saying that it's a big influence. I think people are just holding on to words. He says it's a big influence, but my inspiration. So maybe he's looking at inspiration from a point of, okay, the way this person went about his music.
You can be inspired and make it better. It doesn't mean you're not inspired.
So when he mentioned these other people that inspire him, so to speak, he mentioned the Joe Thomas, he mentioned Tupac, he mentioned Lil Wayne. Maybe he likes their style.
Okay, so when you listen, please choose
objectively.
When you listen to Burna Boy, who comes to mind?
No one comes to mind except
none of this people comes to mind.
No. There's some songs he sings where he samples Fela. Definitely, what's his name comes to mind. Fela comes to mind.
Exactly.
But
so let us Tupac.
All of his other songs, Burna comes to mind. No other person comes in. I see.
What a fun.
Anyway, let's see some of the comments on social media and see how people like. No, for real. Burna comes to mind. No one comes to mind. Mula 0005 says there must be a big rift in the Fela family that's making people disconnect from them musically and physically. I don't know about that. I don't know really. Niger Budget Bro says Super Eagles can't fly. Coming from a man who can't drop an album without Fela's DNA. I think that's you that you tweet. Maybe you made that tweet. Let's see more conversation. Shulu M says, notice how even when Burna tries to dodge, Fela's name always comes back around. You can't escape the man's shadow in Nigerian music. Interesting. Let's see if we have more reactions. Superman I am Adeyemi says, Burna's musical influences are his own journey. Not everyone connects with the same legend, and that's okay. Okay, do we have more reactions to that?
Of course. Like your name, Superman.
Superman.
Nothing super in your tweets.
This conversation, I don't think would I think it's hard to even defend
until
Burna.
The thing about Nigerians, I'm even surprised that I'm not surprised. I'm actually very happy that in 2025, 2024, 2025, people are now embracing sampling. Before in Nigeria, in Afrobeat, sampling is actually a taboo. Why would you have to sample?
It always seems like you're on original.
Exactly. You're not creative. Can't you just sit down and just mix and master your own sound and you're good to go? Now, see amazing sounds that we've actually created from having to like go back in the day and make people's beats better. Something is just seeing something and making it better. So it doesn't change the fact that you are a creative and you are an amazing artist. You're actually a very gifted artist. I don't like Burna Boy, but is he gifted? Oh, absolutely.
Why don't you like him? Why don't you you don't like his music, or
I
you don't like
the aura that comes with it?
You like his music,
of course. Like I said from the beginning, he creates beautiful body of work. That so many times when I hear something like, I don't like this person, but the music is good. So I think people should fully embrace sampling. There's no harm in it. It's just like fashion. You can see somebody's design and decide that, okay, I think it can be better if this was done like this. It doesn't make you less creative. It doesn't make you less what's the word? It doesn't make the other person better than you are. So once we embrace sampling, our industry would move forward than it is right now. So yeah, that's what I think.
Anyway, on the conversation of Burna saying inspiration, influence, I think maybe we might need a new
so you don't
definition in the dictionary. Maybe there's a new definition for influence, how to draw the line between influence and inspiration.
Wow.
That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. But really, this conversation, I don't think we can ever get to the end of it. Burna said what it said. It is what it is. I can't say anything.
Yeah, sure. He does have every right to say what he wants to say, but it doesn't change what it is.
And for what is what, he could come tomorrow and say, oh yeah, maybe it was like I said, it's grammatical error. Tomorrow he can say, oh, like inspiration, yeah, inspired me, but I don't know what I was saying there.
that first tweet or second tweet, they actually said he doesn't understand what's going on in the fella family, that they're actually like, trying to like remove themselves from
Disassociate.
From the music and I think I remember when Femi's son, I can't remember, the one married Made. When Made actually said, oh, he's his own person. He's not, he does not embody his father or his grandfather, his own person. I think that's what that person was actually saying. And knowing the background of Burna Boy, his mom used, I don't know if she was a dancer or for Fela. Knowing the background, and Burna Boy obviously watched, he was in the circle of the whole Fela music time. It's really funny to actually say that actually, yes, why are they disassociating themselves? Is there something
more to it?
Yeah. Is it that Burna Boy doesn't want to share the dividend that comes with having to sample Fela sound? So he's just putting out there.
That could be another angle, actually.
I'm not inspired by you, I'm not, but you influenced me because you are a great man. Which think about it now. I'm not inspired by you. So
basically, you're saying that there's no way you can influence without.
There's no way.
So just to get it correctly, you're saying there's no way to be influenced without being inspired.
Creatively influenced without being. You have to be inspired
before being creatively influenced. Got it. All right, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed it. From the Adamawa wives visiting Turkey, 21 of them visiting Turkey for leadership training. I'm hoping to see the dividend very soon. Transformation in Adamawa State. To Burna Boy saying that he was not inspired, but he was only influenced. And Debbie says there's no way you can be influenced without being inspired. But those are the stories we could take this morning on the social listening segment. Thank you for joining the BDTV Breakfast Show. From the start of the show, we went to, of course, the newspaper headlines and to the front pages of the papers, as well to the Business Morning with Deborah Eze, as well as the big story on climate change with Tochi joining in, and then to social listening. We hope you enjoyed the show this morning, and we hope to see you next week. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And my name is Deborah Eze.
See you on Monday.
The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders, and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing, and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results. He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
When it comes to delivering the result, it is execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am that you are the CEO, you are the chief financial officer, chief operating officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, the commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year fall apart. Or you have somebody who's elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students' Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders, and industry
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now. That the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably. That there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand. And so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DG NHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today, under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital. That is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing...
The for today, for us to really discuss esteemed as stakeholders. And who are stakeholders in this? Essentially, managers, social companies, and halls that are involved with social waste operations.
On the 26th of August 2025, the Lagos Waste Management Authority, in collaboration with Waste Care, held a stakeholders forum on construction, demolition and disaster waste management with the theme, Building Responsibly and Driving Efficiency, Strengthening Stakeholder Collaboration in Construction, Demolition and Disaster Waste Management in Lagos State. The event brought together government officials, royal fathers, private sector leaders, real estate developers, and other professionals in similar fields.
The message is this. One, what we are trying to propagate is advocacy. We're trying to enlighten the people, and we're trying to educate. Because one of the problems that we have seen in the management of construction waste, demolition waste, and disaster waste is ignorance. People have to be educated. People have to be educated on the right way to handle this waste, to process it and to get it off their sites to the appropriate locations. So that is what we are advocating. Because of the impact of this waste, don't forget that some of these wastes are also classified as hazardous waste, like asbestos. They are hazardous to humans, and so that's why there's a need for it to be properly handled, collected, and transported. So that is the message. The first point of call is one, people have to be educated, one, that it's to be generated when you are constructing. We say construction waste. While you are building from scratch, you have waste generated. That is number one. Two, when you are demolishing an old site to construct a new one, you will have generation of waste. So the first thing is to understand what these wastes are, how to handle them, and then take them to the professionals that would now process them to reuse them into other valuable, because like we are emphasizing circularity. We are saying that resources should be reused and reused and reused, not taking new raw materials and starting from scratch. So when you bring down the old materials, let us take them back to where they'll be recycled and where they'll be reused, rather than harnessing new raw materials all the time. But it's a field that you have to employ the professionals, those that understand the composition of this waste and they know how to recycle them back to other useful products. That is what we're emphasizing, because the layman cannot say, like it was emphasized during the lecture, some people used to fill potholes and roads and what have you. So that's what we're trying to emphasize, that this should be used properly because of the constituents of some of this waste. There's no taxation, there's no transition. What we are emphasizing now is this. Normally your waste will be carted away. And when your waste is carted away, you pay for carting away your waste. And the volume of waste that generation on consumption is quite high. And these are, peculiar waste that have to be, you can't put the consumption in a compactor truck. It won't work. You probably need an open truck that is also covered so that as it's been transported, it is not spilled on the road. So you have to pay. When you generate waste, don't forget that construction sites are they are very the high end high cost sites. You pay a lot of money to put up a construction. So paying a little amount for it to be the waste to be managed is not too much. What we are just saying is that you pay for your waste to be, you register with Loma, and then Loma has the technicalities to collect the waste and take it away from your site. So it's not too much if you pay a little token to have it evacuated. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about heavy taxation. No. That's what we're talking about. You inform Loma that you are constructing a site. When you generate your waste, you get them, you collaborate with them so that they can pick up your waste and take it away. So we're just paying for the waste to be evacuated, collected and evacuated. That's all.
The Executive Director Loma Finance, Mr. Kunle Adebiyi, representing Chief Dr. Muyiwa Gbadegesin, MD and CEO Loma, kicked off the event with an opening address and the roadmap and overview on CDDW.
Business is writing, it's all still about collaboration and partnership. And that's why I said all of you to be in this room today. The essence of this meeting is more or less what we call stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key in any policy making by the government. We are aware that there are quite a lot of rapid growth in Lagos State in terms of building. And we know quite all right that waste handling is very key. In as much as people are interacting, there's potential to generate waste. What do we do to this waste? It's what is a critical concern, not only to us as an agency, to the government as a public health will also be in jeopardy. So the exercise is to bring them together, put them a kind of capacity, enlightening them, and how to properly manage construction, disposal, and disaster waste in Lagos State. This is to bridge the gap, because we knew quite all right that a lot of construction industry out there, they don't know what to do with their waste. And also we're in the era of circularity, which means that those things they are regarding as waste, they are not but a resource. So for us today is to expose them, creating that awareness, widening their horizon on the proper waste to conduct the activities at their various sites. Getting the planning approval is one thing. Other things is what do you do with your waste during the construction period? And that's where Loma Rose is very critical. For us, our plan is to ensure that, yes, while you are doing your construction, we register you, we monitor your activity closely, and we ensure that we provide adequate infrastructure to evacuate your waste during that time period. So for us, as a government, we are interested not only in business entity, in overall public interest, which is very critical for us. Well, generally, there is a perception that, which we all also see, that Greater Lagos is rising. It's not only by individual, it's a collective responsibility. That's why we bring a partner we call Mrs. Wastecare to collaborate with government driving this initiative down. We also ensure that, yes, we create a system in such a way they can register theirs at the convenience of their homes and offices. You don't need to come to Loma. You just go to loma.com, register the kind of waste you want to evacuate, and ensure that proper management plan is put in place for you at your construction site. It's we are deliberate about it, and we ensure that we put everything possible to make sure it's convenient for them to operate. So we don't need to be everywhere. The system is there, and it's auto drive. There is no doubt. In as much as it's solid waste, we have that capacity. Aside from all other waste which we are also managing, the construction industry is big and large. I agree with you. But for us, it's also a key component of the waste which must be disposed properly and safely, because these wastes are hazardous. For example, asbestos, it can affect human health. And also the so-called rubbles and all that, they have secondary use. We are all driving towards circularity. It means all this with the resource for another usage can be also repurposed. So the capacity why there is no doubt. And that's why we are very keen in ensuring we do a lot of stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder is very key because people are out there. They don't know what they do with this waste. So I don't have any challenges in ensuring that, yes, we put a proper perspective to it and ensure that people do the right thing in the right environment, not to really safeguard their personal interest, for overall general interest of the public.
The guest speaker at the event, engineer Tijani Ajibola, the CEO of Aqua Green Consulting and Construction Company Limited, urged on strengthening compliance in construction and demolition waste management and the need for its utilization.
We continue to extract the so-called natural resources. And I'm happy to tell you that concrete is the second most widely used materials after water.
So the lecture started with the overview
of where we were in the past. People don't know anything about the construction and demolition waste. So I reminded the audience about what those materials are and ensure that they are all aware that these are not actually waste, that they are something that we need to bring back so we can reuse them in our concrete. So I actually explained that in the past, the use is to fill gully eroded area, dilapidated road, and some people practice in throwing these away into the water bodies, which is wrong. So I actually tell people, I told them that we can make use of this material, use as cape, we can use them for structural concrete, and we can actually use them for traffic bollards. So there's a lot of things that we can make use of this material. The fact that they call it recycled doesn't make it inferior. It's all about ensuring that the natural resources that are not infinite are left for the generations to come while we're still making sure that we achieve our own objective. You know, when you look at it critically, majority of people might want to do something and the capacity might not be there. And the essence of government is to ensure that the policy that they have in place for the common people is executed. And when you see people that are trying to make sure that they partner with government, that government comes to their aid, the incentive could be in form of anything.
A brilliant panelist session with seasoned speakers was held, centering on driving in the urban waste system.
Well, what basically we intend to achieve is to an understanding that waste disposal for the construction industry and demolition and disaster waste management, that we have the sole responsibility of evacuating waste that is originated from that source. Right now, we are the ones collaborating with LOMA actually to ensure that this is done. In future, there might be some modifications to the way it's done, but right now we are the partners of LOMA to ensure that this is done. All developers, private individuals, corporate individuals ensure that all construction waste is properly disposed of, and not just by anybody, because I think there's a tendency for a lot of people just to either sell it on or just to ensure that it's not properly carted away. So we have that responsibility of ensuring that it is done properly. Hazardous material is also separated, and also to ensure that the sites are safe. Intending developers will need to register. Anyone in the construction site will need to register on that site, and obviously give us details of their property or their building or whatever they're trying to put together, the details, and that would inform us as to what kind of waste they're going to generate, and also that we can also make plans for that waste to be properly evacuated. We have a database. It will register all data sites, and everybody will be registered. It's massive. We know that Lagos is a large construction site, basically. All the corridors are a lot of construction going on, as it's a growing city. So construction waste that's not properly disposed of it becomes a menace. And also, it's part of a circular economy. Nothing is waste. Everything is a resource. So what is waste to one is a resource to another. So we just have to ensure that it's properly disposed of or moved on to the next place where it becomes a resource.
So far, we've had a lot of collaboration from LOMA. If you were listening to the panelists inside, we're having discussion about the bifurcation between water services and solid waste and all that. Lagos State Drainage Services, Ministry of Environment. And we've been collaborating with most agencies. We are, the last mile users. We had to collaborate with agencies to improve the environment, a lot of degradation. Because of that, we've had to do a lot of interface with agencies. If you're listening to the panelists inside, there's a disconnect between registering and then accumulation of data, determine what kind of waste you're going to be managing. Anybody can register their site. And the man is building 10 stories. The kind of waste management for that kind of project is different from when you're registering to build a single duplex dwelling home. Do you understand? Yeah. But these are the disconnections, I think, stakeholding and things like this, sure, over time and all that.
but it's not there. It's not unionized when you say all the developers. I think a lot of developers adhere, right? But the problems are bigger than just developers not being able to do a lot. There's shortfalls in capacity, both on the government side and the panelists have brought to the fore some very important points, including how to use the waste. If the waste is being used productively, then you have a situation where people are not dumping waste into the rivers and it's being used to generate power. It's being used to build an economy and an ecosystem. That way, waste management becomes, an economic powerhouse, right? So we are generating waste. The waste is being used to produce, generating jobs. We'll see less of these problems. So I think it's mostly a stakeholder issue. All these moving parts have to come together for cohesion.
The event ended on a high note with a pledge from the general public and a vote of thanks from Dr. Essien Nswabia, Director of Waste Management Statistics and Policy Development. Amanda Amosigwe reporting for Business Day Television.
Business Day Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by Business Day, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on. One is around frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay Television.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution.
Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, it's an
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushi inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street, and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses, ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking. So they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as fillers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current time that they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasibue, reporting for Business Day Television. Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushin inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street, and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses, ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking. So they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as fillers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current time that they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges. Because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. NUPLC greenlights Total Energies at $510 million deal with Shell Agip. Equities market rebounds as investors drive 279 billion naira gain. Dangote refinery reorganizes workforce over sabotage, denies mass sack. Trump says he will not allow Netanyahu to annex West Bank. UEFA considers suspending Israel over Gaza war. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has signed off on a sales purchase agreement by Total Energies Exploration and Production Nigeria Limited to assign its entire 12.5% contractor interest in oil mining lease 118 to Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company and Nigerian Agip Exploration Limited. Details of the agreement shows that Total Energies will transfer 10% of its interest to SNEPCO at a cost of $408 million, while NAE will pay over $102 million for the remaining 2.5%. The NUPLC, in a statement on Thursday, September 25, 2025, revealed that pursuant to Section 95 of the Petroleum Industry Act of 2021, the Commission carried out due diligence on SNEPCO to ascertain their financial capacity and its technical competence. The Commission noted that SNEPCO and NAE will bear the decommissioning and abandonment liabilities owed by Total Energies to the federal government of Nigeria with respect to the divested interest. Moving on, the Nigeria Exchange reversed previous losses on Thursday, closing the trading session with a gain of 279 billion naira in market capitalization as investors returned to the equities market. At the close of trading, the market capitalization of listed equities reportedly rose to 89.4 trillion naira from the 89.1 trillion naira recorded in the previous session, with index advancing by 432.94 points to close at 141,149.4 points. According to reports, the performance lifted the market to a positive close after days of mixed sentiment, with analysts attributing the rebound to renewed bargain hunting in large and mid-cap stocks, particularly in the banking and oil and gas sectors. Market data show that a total of 781.7 million shares valued at 19.5 billion naira were traded in 20,382 deals, reflecting a 77% improvement in volume, a 15% increase in turnover, but a 6% decline in the number of deals compared with the previous day's trading. Still on, the management of Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals has embarked on a sweeping reorganization of its operations and its workforce. The refinery says the decision was taken in response to repeated sabotage by staff members threatening the operational safety of the 650,000 barrels per day facility. The refinery, in a letter dated September 24, 2025, and signed by the Chief General Manager, Human Asset Management, Femi Adekunle, announced it was constrained to carry out a total reorganization of the plant following many recent cases of reported sabotage in different units of the petroleum refinery, leading to major safety concerns. Affected staff were also directed to hand over all company property to their line managers and await clearance before receiving their entitlements, which the finance department would compute in line with their conditions of service. And also, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Aineken Lopobiri, has announced that the country has broken a 10-year drought deal in oil sector investment through the reforms introduced under President Bola Tinubu's administration. Lopobiri revealed this in a statement issued by the Special Advisor on Media and Communication, Nameka Okafor, on Thursday, the 25th of September 2025. This remarks followed his keynote address at the United States Nigeria Council session on oil sector collaboration held on the sidelines of the ongoing United Nations General Assembly in New York. According to the minister, the period of stagnation crippled growth, eroded investor confidence, and left several oil blocks inactive, stressing that recent policy changes have repositioned Nigeria as an attractive destination for global energy investments. The Pobiri explained that for over 10 years, Nigeria did not record any new investment in its oil sector, adding that this trend has reversed with fresh commitment now running into billions of dollars. To end the news this afternoon, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will lead high-level discussions on sustainable energy security as Abuja hosts the second edition of the Sustainable Energy Forum from September 28th to 30th, 2025. The three-day event, regarded as Africa's premier sustainability gathering for the energy sector, will bring together global and regional stakeholders to shape strategies for Nigeria's and the continent's energy future. According to reports, the president, who also serves as Nigeria's Minister of Petroleum Resources, will deliver the keynote address at the forum with the theme spotlighting sustainable energy security as a cornerstone of Nigeria's economic transformation under the president's renewed hope agenda. Organizers say SEF 2025 will convene energy professionals, policymakers, regulators, investors, and development partners to address pressing challenges and opportunities across Africa's energy landscape. All discussions will cover sustainable oil and gas exploration, energy production, storage, trade, and supply. We're going on a quick break right now. When we come back, we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Still the BDTV news at noon. On the foreign scene, Donald Trump has revealed that he will not allow Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to annex the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The United States President told White House reporters ahead of Netanyahu's address to the UN General Assembly on Friday, insisting that such is not going to happen. Trump, who will meet Netanyahu on Monday, also said a ceasefire deal over the war in Gaza was pretty close. Israel is facing increasing global pressure to end the conflict and occupation of the West Bank as a wave of Western states formally recognize an independent Palestinian state, while far-right Israelis view annexation as a means of preventing a Palestinian state from being created. The United Kingdom and Germany also say they have warned Israel against annexation, while United Nations General Secretary Antonio Guterres revealed that such a move would be morally, legally, and politically intolerable. And also, a federal grand jury in the United States of Virginia has formally charged former FBI Director James Comey with 2 offenses related to testimony he gave to Congress. Comey, who has long drawn United States President Donald Trump's criticism, is accused of lying to a Senate committee in 2020 about whether he authorized a leak of classified information to the media. Responding to the indictment, Comey declared himself innocent, saying he had great confidence in the federal judicial system. The indictment comes days after Trump called on the country's top law enforcement officials to more aggressively investigate his political adversaries, including Comey. Reports also reveal that the probe is being led by Trump's former personal lawyer, Lindsey Halligan, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, who also took over a new role on Monday. And now to sport, UEFA is reportedly preparing to vote on suspending Israel from international football competitions due to the ongoing war in Gaza. According to reports, the majority of the European governing body's 20-member executive committee is expected to back the proposal, which would bar Israel's national and club teams from UEFA tournament and next year's World Cup qualifiers. This move, however, comes amid mounting global pressure on Israel over the humanitarian toll of its military campaign in Gaza. Calls for a ban also intensified after 7 United Nations Human Rights Council experts urged both FIFA and UEFA to suspend Israel, while Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez also echoed demands for sporting sanctions similar to those imposed on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine. To end the news, Liverpool have shut down 145,000 ticket accounts over the past 2 years as part of a major crackdown on ticket touting and racketeering. According to reports, the Premier League champions also imposed a record 1,114 lifetime bans last season after uncovering mass manipulation of software used to purchase tickets. 11 of those bans were applied to season ticket holders. The club also revealed that 500 fans were denied entry to Anfield in the past 12 months for attempting to access games using burner phones, a tactic widely deployed by touts to avoid detection. The scale of the black market in Premier League tickets was highlighted by a recent BBC Sport investigation which exposed how resellers use bot and fake identities to buy hundreds of tickets before reselling them at inflated prices. And this is where we wrap up it this afternoon on Business Day TV News at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business
will unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars often far from home. Traditionally, The local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudin na nema na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kaman kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa.
Okay.
In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
To
me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaranka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ka hau ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita?
Ko
ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita muke daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Amajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Al-Majri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Al-Majri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as al-majri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Majri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Al-Majri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Al-Majri, because begging is not part of being Al-Majri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Al-Majri. And it started for the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Al-Majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothes, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's why the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent. but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to today's edition of BDTV Match Center. My name is Anthony Lebem. I've been off the set for some weeks. Well, I went to a compulsory leave to rest my head, and happy to be back on today's show. And with me here, Ibrahim, who anchored while I was not on ground. Ibrahim, good to have you on the show.
Thank you for having me once again.
Yeah, Anthony Dugba, how are you today?
I'm good. It'll be good to have you back.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Yeah, we have the Premier League season have started. Yes, it's heating up. Yeah, people say the matches are few, but we have one manager sacked already, Nuno Espirito, former Nottingham Forest manager. And if you look at the table, you can predict, at least from now to the next 1 month or 2 months, 1 or 2 coaches might be on the next victim. And so today's show, we are going to look at who Premier League coach is next to be sacked. Looking at the current fixtures and the current standing on the Premier League table. The likes of West Ham manager Graham Potter, Aston Villa manager Unai Emery, even our the much talked about Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim, who has been on the talking point since last season, and is yet to scale Manchester United. So Ibrahim, looking at those lists I mentioned, me and particularly about Unai Emery. Is a fantastic manager. So but me, I'm shocked at the current position of West Ham. They played 5 matches, they've not won any. They managed to win yesterday in the Europa League. So what could be the problem?
For Unai Emery, I think one of the things to look out for is fatigue. Now, they are teams that they have the depth when it comes to squad, and they can go all the way. They have players for the Premier League, FA Cup, Carabao Cup, and also any of the competition in Europe. Unai Emery last season did a fantastic job with Aston Villa.
Fantastic.
Going head to head with PSG before losing out. But then, did they do fantastically well in the transfer market? I say no. And they also, the likes of Rashford, that was there last season, to also give them that edge in terms of squad depth and also experience. It's no longer there. He's not playing for Barcelona. And I think they let go of some players too. So these are some of the problems I feel the man is facing. When it comes to experience, it doesn't lack that. But fatigue, squad depth, quality in squad, I think is one of the problems that he's facing right now. And this is not just I feel like this is not just an Aston Villa team. Most of the teams, you look at West Ham too, when they won the UEFA Conference League, and the following season they had to let go of the likes of Rice and Co. And now they are not even doing well. They are not even playing in Europe anymore. So that's one of the problems I feel middle table teams are facing. They do fantastically well in Europe, they come back and they start to falter. The same thing happens with Brighton. So I feel it's not an issue with Unai Emery's quality, but more of the squad itself, the players they have, the fatigue they face, and also quality in terms of the opposition they are playing this season. Most of the players, you see Sunderland coming in, playing, beating the likes of Burnley, even beating Premier League teams, and they did fantastic well in the market. So I feel because Aston Villa didn't do too much in the market, and because of the fact that most of their current players played last season, played till they got to, I think, quarterfinal of the season, or semi-final and in the Champions League. These are some of the things that has affected or is affecting the team currently, and I feel like the owner needs to stand by him probably till January, where they can go into the market and get some business done. But for now, 8 is not a bad position. If you also look at the people currently sitting on the log from number 1 to 7.
It is a bad place to stay for an Aston Villa that did well last season.
Yeah, well,
looking at what they did so far, I think it's bad. It's bad for United.
It's bad. It's relegation. It's red flag.
It's two losses and 3 draws.
Yes.
And 2 losses against Brentford. Yes, Crystal Palace are a problem. Yes, Brentford can be a problem. When you come to after the international break, you go ahead and draw with Sunderland that just coming from relegation. Even though Sunderland has done a good job in the transfer market more than Aston Villa, I still think that Emery still needs to work that his magic anymore, because he has lost the first 5 matches are very poor. Looking at the next 4 matches, it's crazy. After Fulham, we have Tottenham, we have Manchester City, we have Liverpool. They're going to face up until November. It's going to be a bad spell for Emery if he doesn't work his magic against the likes of Fulham and Burnley.
Yeah,
if he doesn't do that, it's going to be bad.
So
you don't expect him winning those 3 matches, those 3 top matches, back to back matches against Tottenham, Man City, and Liverpool. I don't think him.
Looking at he's a top manager, but you're as good as your results. Yeah. And again, I feel that if this result still continues, because by December it's like the season have gone half, and you can't be at this position. And I doubt if the owners of Aston Villa will be be that kind of patient to, because for me, if care is not taken, these managers from now till October marks ending, you might be hearing these guys have been sacked.
So for me, Emery again, I think I'll.
He's a good manager, but he's struggling currently.
I'll blame the owners of the club, the people running the affairs of the club, because look at the last 3 clubs from the bottom. You have Wolves, you have West Ham, and you have Aston Villa. These 3 teams have most of their players leaving, or they've left.
I understand the case of Wolves
and even West Ham. Just have to let go of the like of Rice from winning the Conference Cup, going into the Europa League, and you think, okay, these guys, they are now there. They should be playing between Conference and Europa League at least for a season or 2 before moving to the Champions League. But you didn't do any business, which is the same thing I feel like Chelsea is facing right now. You won the FIFA Club World Cup. You didn't go into the market to buy players that have the experience to play in the Champions League.
Ibrahim, leave this Chelsea matter. Chelsea did well in the transfer market. They spent, they sold. But it all depends on the kind of players they sold. But let's leave that conversation. Let's go to other managers. We talked about Potter at West Ham. That one is like it could happen any moment from now.
I honestly believe Potter being at West Ham at this point is kind of
a lifeline.
It's surprising for me looking at the results, playing against Chelsea, losing from 1 goal up to a 5 goals.
They brought last season bad form.
So it was battered, and it's been battered over 3 goals. I think more than 2 games now. His opposition scoring at least 3 goals against his West Ham. More than 2-3 games now. So you'd expect him to leave. West Ham is at least a mid-table club in the APL for now.
Last season they finished 14th. Now they are where are they? 19th now. So it's getting worse.
But then you also look at I feel like West Ham issue is also the same thing that Unai Emery is facing, and even Wolves, especially West Ham and Wolves. When they let go of most of their players, key players, and now you do not buy quality players to stand.
But it doesn't mean they should be at this position.
Then let's look at. We can also look at the team above them. They are doing so.
Even we played last season. They still struggled last season.
So again, I feel like Graham Potter is a championship manager. That's my honest opinion. I feel like Graham Potter is the same thing with Lampard. Yeah, they are those type of managers where they do wonderfully well in the championship. When you now bring them to the top team, top league, they have issues. Exactly. So I feel like he's a championship manager at least for some few more years to do his magic, gain more experience, and probably come and coach in the APL.
Anthony, Graham Potter, and this other guy to Brentford manager, those guys brought last season poor performance to the new season. And when people are saying, players departure, I agree. But again, it doesn't leave you that position. Those names, I don't see West Ham, I don't see Brentford. Brentford is 17th. Just maybe same point with Aston Villa, or 1 point difference.
Above, yeah.
So they are not safe. They're not safe. And if looking at this result, it's obvious that this sack race could just, one coach or two could drop. And in fact, as we speak, in fact, maybe after this weekend or 2 weekends, you just hear, bam, it just dropped. Do you see that happening with Potter and Kurt Andrew, Brentford manager?
Kurt Andrew is quite unlucky too, but I would say Brentford was back in last season.
They finished 10th, middle, yes.
And Mbeumo, who parried the team. Mbeumo, who parried the team, from. Well, he was basically a leader with Wisa. And these guys were actually good last season, and even though they finished mid-table, you saw the trade they brought to the team and all that. And you have to, you have to guys show a little bit of sympathy to the new manager. He is new for Brentford. But looking at, I would say the same thing for the West Ham coach, who is
Potter.
Potter has been miserable as a manager since the time he left the championship to Chelsea.
Yeah, he has struggled.
He has, according to what Ibrahim has said, he has basically proven himself that he's not Premier League material. He's still Championship material. He belongs to the Championship, and I regret having him as a Chelsea coach. Somebody who, you bring in someone like Potter to manage a team like Chelsea, a two-time Champions League team like Chelsea. It's very appalling what he did to our club. I'm just being very,
But we don't have Chelsea now.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about West Ham.
Yeah, I'm talking about West Ham right now. Being in West Ham, he has proven to us that he can't do the job as a Premier League manager. The pressure is too much for his kind of skill. He should go back to wherever he came from, because I don't believe that he can take West Ham, who have the likes of Lucas Paqueta in their team. Someone that has a Brazilian who is so skilled and so popular in. Look at, I think it was someone like Lucas Paqueta who wants to get the international squad for Brazil in the next year's World Cup. What can he say to his people, to his peers or to his Brazilian peers? How can he pitch himself while playing for West Ham, the position that they are today? He can't do anything.
Actually, I'm kind of disappointed in the way West Ham has handled their business in the last couple of weeks.
But if you check, the co-owners it's like it has the backing of the board.
Exactly.
That's why it's still there.
Because I thought
maybe because Englishman,
the likes of Jose Mourinho out of job, Fenerbahce, one team from England, the bottom team from England that has the pool, the money, will just bring him on, because there was a time in an interview where Mourinho said he's open to coaching a team in England that is not playing in Europe and that is at the bottom of the table. So this, I feel like they qualify, but the problem I also sense is the fact that many of the owners and managers of this club want to play beautiful football. In quote, they want beautiful football, not beautiful results. And now you play beautiful football, you are being bashed 5-1, 3-0, 3-1 here and there. Then what's the essence of beautiful football if you cannot get points? Points only points gives you a trophy, or takes you up higher from where you were, compared to playing beautiful football. Arsenal did this beautiful football thing for more than 5-10 years. They could not show anything for it until Arteta came, and it's taking them second. Yes, so beautiful football, fine, but you should know the quality of your players. You should know what they can do. Do you have a team that needs to pack the bus and also run on the counter attack? Yes, do it. Okay. As a matter of fact, Pep now is moving away from beautiful football to what fits his current team.
Just get the results.
Just to get the result. As a matter of fact, it's no longer.
But that means his philosophy will just be, because Pep is known for his style of football, his philosophy of football. So when that one is not trying to divert, trying to again being dynamic also. So because when the pressure comes, nobody cares how you win.
Exactly. Just get the points.
Just get it.
As a matter of fact, I saw a report yesterday that shows that Liverpool has not been playing wonderfully well this season, but they've won at least 5 straight games. Out of competition. So get the points. At the end of the day, nobody cares if you play beautiful football or not. They want to know if you win the trophy or if you're getting those 3 points.
Yes, it takes the pressure off you.
So the problem I feel is the fact that many of the managers now wants to play beautiful football.
Okay. How do you say about Scott Parker, Burnley? From championship side, I see Burnley going back to championship. I'm just worried about Aston Villa, who did very well last season, and Burnley and Brentford and the. But I feel that this other guy, Burnley, is likely to be relegated. But let's look at because you mentioned earlier not spending enough, and I didn't want to pause you on that. We've talked about this for a long time, and we can't stop talking about it. People said he would have been fired if he had lost to Chelsea, but winning against Chelsea was like a lifesaver for him. Talking about Ruben Amorim, United have spent close to more than 200 million this season, and there's no reason. People say they won against Chelsea courtesy of the red card. That even not for that early red card, the game could have gone the other side. So, are you with this? Can you say that Ruben Amorim's job is still safe for now, or not safe?
Again, I feel like the board are still kind of like looking at what he's got to offer. Now, his case is no longer a case of not spending enough. His case is being stubborn on the tactics that he wants to use. No, he's not flexible with his tactics. 3-4-3 or 3-4-2-1 as it were. Then the issue is, this is the same reason why Liverpool did not go for him eventually, because they wanted him before. But because he was adamant that this is what I want to come do.
This is what I want to play.
No flexibility. This is it. Then they moved for Ancelotti. And you could see Ancelotti came in, won the EPL first season. How many managers in the Premier League has come in, as a matter of fact, foreign managers has come in to get it done first season and get an EPL? Probably Mourinho, then one or two people. Foreign managers. So, and one or two few managers. That is the problem. You're coming in, you know the squad, the depth, you could see the squad you have, and you could see the players you have. You complain about this player, they let this player go, the player go. They're excelling. Look at Anthony Real Betis. He scored a goal just I think yesterday. He scored a goal. Rashford scored a goal and assist. Give an assist. Onana that we all looked at as this guy is the problem. He's currently also doing well at Trabzonspor. His first game, man of the match. So you see, so Oilon, Napoli is scoring a goal. He's scoring goals. So are you telling me that these players altogether are the problem?
So that means the problem is for Amorim.
So I feel like the problem is Amorim not adapting to what he has, the players he has, the team he has. You see Garnacho is his first game nearly assisted. The assist was not given to him. So these are the issues. I feel Amorim needs to do a good job. Chelsea gave him that game. Literally, because Chelsea was very poor on the day, and he gave Manchester United that win. As a matter of fact, you see the goalkeeper, you bought a goalkeeper from Belgium, you've not used the guy. That's the problem.
Oh, fantastic. Anthony, of all these managers, Ruben Amorim, Graham Potter, Kate Andrew, Scott Parker, who do you think will be the next manager, Premier League manager, to be sacked? Looking at their current, the current state of their team, and who do you think will survive December?
I think so. It's between Wolves and West Ham, because Wolves have not won any game.
Me, I understand why I don't put. Yeah, because I don't really blame Wolves because they
sold
so much.
players.
It should be unfair but it's just that the owners of of those clubs. It's about, I don't care, because you still get results.
Yes, just get me results.
Yeah, so I'm thinking Wolves have a better chance of staying afloat, despite the fact that they lost all their games. But I'm thinking about the level at which Graham Potter has brought into West Ham. Coming from coaching the Chelsea team with a bad reputation of what he did in Chelsea, and you're bringing that same energy towards the squad that has the likes of, as I mentioned again, Paqueta, you have Jared Bowen. Who are exceptionally well.
You bought a player from Newcastle, I think Wilson, because a player from Newcastle.
Bench player, but I think he's not.
So he might not survive.
I don't think he's going to survive
November.
Even though.
So he's likely to beat. Which other coach do you think could be booted out? Premier League manager that could be booted out anytime soon.
I don't want to call Ruben Amorim. I don't want to call Unai Emery. Sorry, I don't want to call Unai Emery because he has a lot of tough games coming for him from now to November. He has the likes of Tottenham, he has the Manchester City and Liverpool. So if he loses those 3 straight games, he might be excused because his team is not as classed as those 3 teams. But I would just leave it at
Potter.
Potter. Let Potter, if he has to. I have a dislike for him.
No, don't be personal. Just based on the stats. Yeah.
As a Premier League coach in a league whereby you have, you are praised by the media. He has taken this hit before at Chelsea. I believe that coming to West Ham, he should have at least learned his lesson from what he did, and at least when he sees that he's losing those straight games or something, you talk to your squad, make changes, you apply.
Okay.
But then again, it's West Ham.
So I actually think making a case for Amorim playing Tottenham, City, or Liverpool. Yeah, no. Amorim as Manchester United manager Manchester United is probably one of the best, if not the best, currently because Liverpool won their last EPL. Manchester United is the best team in England.
Based on what?
Based on the EPL, FA Cup, and Carabao Cup.
Is it based on what they have won in the past?
Yes.
What they have won now?
Since their history.
What makes them the best? Don't bring that's another debate.
So that's trophies. That's what you use. Trophies. They've won. Probably they are on pair with EPL when Liverpool when it comes to the EPL.
Have they won more Champions League than Liverpool?
They have. I said in domestically in England. I'm not saying Europe.
When you talk about let's leave that conversation.
because you can't say.
What I want to ask you is, of all these managers, who do you think could be sacked any moment from now? Maybe 2 weeks time, 3 weeks time.
Graham Potter number 1. That's like my number 1 nomination. Then secondly is Keats. That's I think Burnley's manager. Then Amorim.
Okay, fantastic. Oh no. Thank you, viewers. The conversation has been very tense. The Premier League is heating up. Coaches are serious under pressure, and I think with this pressure, it's double work for them to arrange the team and to get results. Well, the Premier League continues this weekend. I would have loved to talk more about the fixtures, but time is not on our side. We promise you to talk more about the fixtures next week. We hope that these managers get luck on their side and their team return to winning ways. This all we can give to you on today's show. My name still remains Anthony Lebem and Ibrahim. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
And Anthony, thank you. Stay tuned for next week's edition. Thank you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba. Today on the show we have a juggernaut in the business of the movie industry. We have on the studio today Ruchi Franklin, aka, as we all know nowadays, Boss.
I thought you were going to say brotherly. Well, that works, man.
Yeah. No, brotherly.
Good to see
nice
you,
to
man.
meet you, brotherly. That word alone has been like a cultural influence in the movie scene, you know, and this is something that Nollywood has been clamoring for. Somebody that would give us like not just the actor himself, but the character and all that. So, how was it like for you entering the mode, the body and the character of Boss? What was it all about? The beginning.
It was an interesting ride.
Yeah.
You know, it was. So we shot this in 2023, and it's out in 2025, and having to encapsulate my experience, the journey, in a less than 5 minutes, 20 minutes conversation. For me, it was just beyond words, you know. It wasn't a walk in the park, but then again, we're grateful for the outcome, you know, and the reception, not just from Nigerians, but globally. You know, it wasn't a walk in the park. I don't look forward to playing such a character, you know, except my manager says you gotta do it. So yeah, it wasn't a walk in the park.
So let's wind back to when you started acting as a career. When was that for you?
My mom would say I started, you know, as a child. I've always entertained my sisters because I grew up with a lot of women in the house, so I always used to entertain them. I lived for improvisation as a child, you know, so I would always come up with characters and just, you know, entertain them. So I'd say I started from home, and which transitioned into church, you know. And church, I was the only teenager in the men's fellowship drama group. So imagine a teenager smacking the head of an elder in church. And the church I attended at the time was Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA. So they're pretty. It's like a mixture of Deeper Life and Jehovah's Witness. So you know when you're a teenager in the men's fellowship, men's drama fellowship, it's a big deal. You know, I mean, for my mom, it was. For me, it was just, I'm on the pulpit, I'm smacking elder, I can't remember his name, but the image of that day on the pulpit, yeah, that was fun, it was fun. So for me, it started from church, and I've always known that, you know, this was it for me, you know, hence why I'm being asked why acting. This is my means of evangelism, you know, so I've always known that I was going to act. I've always known that this is my calling, you know, as men of God say. So this is my calling for me, and I've always known that I got to be here, you know, I got to be here to pass the torch. I got to be here to light the torch of myself by the grace of God, you know, so yeah.
Yeah, so, and by lighting the torch on yourself, and getting into Nollywood, who were the first people that you had to associate with to get you to be yourself, to be the actor and the brand that you are today?
Interesting question, you know. I'd say I started off late, you know, because earlier on I was talking about from kindergarten to church. You know, one would think that I would start as a child, you know, but my dream and vision has always been to leave Africa and go do work with, you know, go do work in Hollywood, you know, in different parts of the world. But God had better plans for me. In 2011, I think, I came to Lagos to attend a reality TV show that was going to poach actors from Nigeria and Ghana and take them to Hollywood for training, and also, you know, just give them access to filming in Hollywood. So that's why I came to Lagos. I didn't come to Lagos to act, you know. I mean, at the time, I was ignorant, you know, so I wanted to leave, and that's the vision I had. And all my friends were like, oh no, you have to do this, yeah, you know, you have to you could start off like Ramsey, like RMD. Look at all these people, you know. But I was like, nah, man. I'm trying to do movies with Anthony Hopkins. I'm trying to do movies with, you know, this guy's named Radcliffe. You know, all these people, because I just had a knack for the impossible. Still do. Hence why we're here. So that didn't work because God had better plans for me. And at the time, they were not better plans because I wanted to get out, you know. So went to Ghana, I got picked, came back to Nigeria, you know, everybody was excited. My mom threw a party. Oh, my son is going to Hollywood. He's been talking about it for years. And we get to the embassy, and the United States of America at the time said, on behalf of the United States, we clearly, man, I was a black guy, you know. I was like, bro, this is what I'm going for. I'm going to act. I don't care about your country. I just want to go act, you know. The guy was like, no, man, I can't go. And I looked to my left. My colleague at the time, she got her visa. You know. I was like, wow, man. I was broken. I was shattered. I was like, what am I going to do? Because I didn't see, you know, doing movies in Nigeria as a theme for me at the time. You know, like I said, I was ignorant, you know. So my dear sister, Dr. Inya Sarah Lawal, gives me a call and says, hey, bro, I know you're broken. I know you don't want to talk to anybody because, you know, this was a dream to go to Hollywood and just make a mockery of them. And we've got fantastic actors in Nigeria. You know, it's not just about Hollywood, but hey, they've denied you your visa. What's next? I'm like, okay. So what do you want me to do? It's just like, AY Ayomaku. His birthday was 2 days ago. Happy birthday, I'll say. And she was like, AY is doing an audition for a sitcom. I'm like, please, man. Yeah, no, man. That's not why I'm here. And besides, AY is a comedian. You know? I know him as Yeah. I don't know him as a filmmaker because I didn't know him at the time. You know, she was like, just go for it. Just go for it. I get there pretty late. They had auditioned over 700 people at the time. Just walked in, ignorant, nonchalant. I just walked in, and his manager and producer at the time, Darlington Abuda, just looked at me and picked me out of the crowd and said, you come. I hadn't spent like 5 minutes there. I was like, okay. And I walked in. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just funny. And I walked in and they were like, okay, you need to, we've got our cast, but since you're here and the producer brought you in, just do something for us. The nerve of these people, because I didn't have transport to go back.
Oh.
So this was me just, you know what, let me just do what Sarah wants so that I'll have peace. Because, you know, she was my wise ear at the time. I go in and I do an improv and they're like, oh, sorry, we need to call AY. AY comes upstairs and I do it again. And AY invites me to his house, says I've been picked. That's how, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm chilling with Sami and Dele, you know, my brothers at the time, still are. And I get a call, AY says, come to his house. I'm like, hey, yo, AY called me. So they go now.
Sorry, what year was this?
This was 2012, I think, 2012, yeah. So I get there and I see Alex Akubo, my first time meeting him. And we read and he's like, oh, okay, we're gonna start filming in 2 weeks or so. I'm like, oh, okay. And we did AY's crib. You know? Yeah. So it was myself, Alex Akubo, Osh Bebe, the comedian, you know, Justice, Vanita. Yeah. Vanita? Did you say Vanita? Vanita, okay. Vanita Akpofri, you know, gorgeous human being. Yeah, and we had, you know, celebrities come in and out of the show. It was a sitcom. It was just about AY and his broke and annoying friends that lived with him. So we did that 2 seasons, and I just started. I had to give Nigeria a chance. You know, so yeah. So over a decade down the line, I'm sitting down here with Anthony.
Thank you. So let's take it back. So after, not everybody knows that you were an AY script because that was one of the biggest.
Yeah, at the time it was
show at the time.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
When the evolution of like having videos on your phone, YouTube, and all that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, this was something that people always wanted to go and stream online. And see. This was, you know, just to make them laugh. You know?
Yeah.
I know Wash Baby was my favorite character back then.
Who was your favorite character?
Baby.
Wash Baby was useless. My goodness. Oh, the Wash Baby was it for me. Osh, AY, of course, Benita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think there was this little boy again that that used to play like his
that's
brother.
That's Freeze's son. You know Freeze now, Mr. Controversial. That's his kid. That's his kid. Wow. I wonder how old that boy is now.
Wow. Man, those are memories, man. 2012, man, like one of those golden years.
Yeah.
So let's now go straight to coming in as one of the Hollywood honks, you know.
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood. It's fine.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, we're getting there. So we're doing that, and last year you appeared in the movie The Weeknd, one of my favorite movies.
Oh.
So working with the likes of Daniel Rai. Like, tell me what was that?
Bro, Daniel Oria, he is a gift to this country, man.
Yeah.
You know, there's a funny story about the project, and I'm just grateful to God that he directed it. And I had the opportunity of playing alongside, again, Uzoma Kappa. You know, it's an actor's dream to have, you know, the right crop of creative performer in the same frame with you know, and she just makes the work just effortless. For me, I'd say that's my best film. Honestly, I know I'm going to do a lot of great films, but it wasn't just about the story. It was the process, the journey behind getting to that project for me, you know. So, and all that it did when it came out, when I saw what we created. The studio took out a lot of scenes and they reworked the script, but it was just, that's a divine project. That's the first Nigerian film that got picked by Tribeca, you know, and we also got picked by Scream Festival. Scream? Yeah, I think Scream, yeah. And it's the first Nigerian film to be noticed by such an establishment, such a grand establishment. So it was just, Daniel is I'm gonna be honest, I'm in love with Daniel, man. That man better not call me for a cheesy ass production, because I'll say yes. Like, there are not too many Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know.
He was in the studio here with us.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
I think last year when The Weeknd was like hot and everything.
Right.
So we had him here, and he's one of the most intelligent people in the movie industry I've ever seen.
He's a film buff, you know, and that's the type of person you want to work with, because they get you, you know, as a performer, as a creative, they get you, because it's not just as an actor, because you know what we do is just, it's beyond entertainment, you know. So he gets it. I don't need to say too much. Daniel gets it, you know, hence my utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm glad he's Nigerian.
Yeah. So we move to the next film. Like, after that, we see, you know, there's this Kemi Adetiba comes up with, you know, the trailer of
To Kill
the Monkey.
All the Monkey.
What is this? And what was it like when she approached you?
Yeah.
I wish I could have her in the studio, but I heard she really doesn't do a lot of media
Yeah,
stuff.
she does.
So
We're doing it for her.
Yeah. Yeah, so like when you saw the script, or when she called on you, what was your reaction, given that she has done things like the Finger Boys?
Anthony, it's Kemi Adetiba Malaka. Yeah. All you need is a call from that woman, and I'm telling you for a fact that your life will not remain the same, you know. I don't look forward to working with intelligent, brilliant creatives. I enjoy working with people that have the grace of God upon them, you know, because you might just get yourself in $1 billion project and it's shelved.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And it's not making the rounds in your motherland. They're praising you in Australia, meanwhile in Nigeria, nobody knows your name. It will hurt you. Even if you're making a reasonable buck, it will hurt you. But when you work with somebody that has the hand of God in what they do, they turn their mistakes into perfection. That's my prayer every time before I roll. I always pray to God, turn my mistakes into perfection. When that lady called me, I told my manager, man, it's not going back. Don't make mistake. Don't go wake Lion with it. Okay. Kemi and I have been chasing since before Oscar married her. Yeah, I be chaser. This woman, I must work with you. But, it's not what you want, it's how God. Yeah. And they reached out to me. I heard about the general auditions, but it's not my thing to go for general auditions. I asked my Heavenly Father, it's not from a place of pride, I just know what I want to. I told my brother, please, they've done general auditions. Let them reach out to me now. Weeks and days went by. I got a call. We need you to do a 9 to 10 minutes monologue and send it in less than 48 hours. I was like, again, the nerve. I had malaria at the time. I was taking medications, and the scene they sent to me to do was the restaurant scene. The blow up between Obals and Efemini. And I do it. I send it. A couple of days later, the producer, her brother, Remy Aditiba, calls me. Says, hey, Bucci, I was just calling you to tell you got the job. I was like, okay, glory to God, but still, now don't make mistakes. I sent Kemi a text message immediately, and I told her, thank you very much for, reaching out to me.
Yeah.
I sent in my self-tape. This was before, that text message was before Remy called me to tell me that I got the job. Because I did the audition in March, if I'm not mistaken, first week in March. I sent her a message. So the next day after sending my self-tape, and I said, my name is Bucci Franklin. Sent in my self-tape. I'd like to know your idea for a boss, because mine is God sent. I won't be grooming a hair on my body. I'm not going to be grooming until it's time to film. So if Kemi had decided to shoot this film in 2027, I'd look like Wolverine talking to you, bro. So I did that. She never got that text message, thank God. She probably would be, it would freak her out. But I still have the text message. Then I get the call, then I tell my manager, yo, let's go, man. This one is beyond how much I want. This is, for me, this is a statement, and it was a statement for me because I'm a big fan of her work. If you follow her trajectory from Wedding Party to King of Boys,
it's just special.
Yeah, and to everything that she's ever done. Music videos, once she's shot for Banky and the likes. It's just something divine, about Kemi's work. So I was looking forward to just shutting everybody up with this amazing woman. And I get a call, we talk for the first time. While we're talking, and I tell her, please, man, I know this is your comeback, but can we pray? And I get on my knees and I tell her we pray and we cry and we pray, and the rest they say is brotherly.
Brotherly.
So Kemi is and forever will be, of course.
So I'm guessing that during that same time, while you are reading the script, you're trying to, incorporate like the character of boss into your persona.
Oh yeah, I had been in character before they called me. I was, visualizing myself in a do state. I visualized myself walking in a Kosodi, breaking up with a girl at just behind the kiosk, Ring Road. I don't know this place, so don't think I know that. I visualized myself running from boys at night in Uniban, wearing a friend's outfit to go to BUI or BBIU to go talk to some girl, and I'm coming back and that guy says, why you wear my clothes? So I was a Benin boy. True and true. Oh yeah, and I asked my Heavenly Father for access, and he gave me access. So I was attracting Benin girls, and what we're doing together is none of your beautiful business, So it was just like I said, I was in character from March until they called me. I was like, oh, okay, nice one, okay, no. I think I can't remember when I got the script, but I think I got that script in less than a month before we started filming. Yeah, over 300 pages. you know. But for me, the scripts were a guideline. You know, it was just a guide to what God had put in me. Because I'm happy that the world can see what, you know, God did. Because it was beyond my understanding of performance, you know. And you know, as a performer, I was asking the Holy Spirit for access. You also need to be intentional. You can't just, you don't, if you're going for exams, you're not going to pray to God for answer. You read, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I had that. I created a shrine for Obos. Obos was alive at the time. You know, the people that shook hands with me and laughed at jokes and shared time and space with me didn't necessarily spend time with Buchi. They were spending time with Obos. You know, and I was careful with the projects that I was doing because Obos was just, you know how a pregnant woman has a child in her, and it's first of blood before it forms into fetus, and you know, and while it's a fetus, it's growing. You know, so all of that was going on inside my body. That's the only way I can explain it. You know, I did a series with Madame Ireti Doe, love her so much. I did a film with AY, Merriman 3. So 2023, I did less than, I think I did about 4 projects because I couldn't do too much because the balls was ticking. You know, so yeah. Wow, it just feels like yesterday. 2023 feels like yesterday.
So how many actors do you think can do this the way you do, like in terms of getting that character? Sometimes I call it method acting. Actually, it's something like we have like the Heath Ledger doing the Joker.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite performers. I call him a performer. I don't call him an actor. I feel like it dumbs it down, you know. Actor? No, it's a performer because he creates. It's magic. What we do is magic, you know. And method, yes, it's a style, but what I do is in method, you know, because I understand what method is. Heck, I was tutored by great lecturers, but I know that what I do is in method. Are there creatives, performers that can do what I do? I believe so, by the grace of God. But until then,
it's challenging.
There's not a challenge, but until then, because I'm more about putting Nigeria on the map. So for me, it's not about competition. It's here in the biggest black nation, this fourth world country with insecurity and porous political system and an embarrassing passport and all that they say about us. But we've got diamond here, you know, so we've got gold here, we've got raw materials that you can't find anywhere. And by the grace of God, you're speaking to one. You know, and I know there's so many other performers that are coming up. You know, I did a film with Tuka Makbor, the director and filmmaker. He's from Delta, but he stays in the north. He's a genius. On that set, I met a couple of actors that I'm looking forward to sharing screen time with, because, you know, they're phenomenal. They're right. You know, Mr. Sweet, you know, this shout out is for you, so keep doing what you're doing. I see you. You know, I did a film with Chris O'Day. It's a festival piece, phenomenal, and oh, bro, listen, I don't need to say too much about it, but the film will do the telling itself because it's a Daniel Oriaki flick. So I shared screen time with Emeka the actor. No man, listen, if you don't watch Nigerian movies, this is a clarion call, my brother, my sister. You have to. Start now, because some people are coming up on your screen and they're going to be worth your penny, your time. That's it.
So let's talk about what roles do you envision yourself acting in the near future? Because sometimes people would want to put actors in a box, you know, and just put them in roles and the same repeated roles.
Stereotypical roles, right?
Very stereotypical and all that.
Anthony, I'll be honest with you, man. I get a good laugh anytime I hear that word, stereotype. What is that? All the roles that I have played that are villains, are they from the same mom? No. I haven't done too many villain roles, but there's nothing similar about them. So, if you're a performer out there, and because of your circumference, you tend to attach a certain type of character to you, don't be bruised by that. Show them layers, show them colors, You wake up, you go to bed on Monday, you wake up on Tuesday, believe me, you're not the same person. You just don't see it. You're just not intentional about it. Once you go to bed, you add a hair on some part of your body. Do you record the length of your hair on your body? But there's some form of growth happening. There's a change. So nobody is constant. There's always movement, So the word stereotype doesn't exist for me. It's man-made, But to answer your question, I don't necessarily have a character that I'm looking forward to playing. Can you afford me? Give my manager a call. That's it. That's it. A character that don't need to say anything, and you can feel the aura, you can feel their presence. Like Gen Z would say, aura fam. And I just like to make my characters interesting. Do you get what I mean? There was nothing out of the ordinary about the boss. But by the grace of God, with the guidance and the direction of my director, we carved a niche for a villain. We created a villain that people hate to love. Is he a bad guy? Yes. Does he take alcohol? Yes. Is he as hot-headed as Chidimokeme back in the day? The baddest boy in the industry? Jim Ike. Yeah, Was he a hothead like Jim Ike? Yes, he was. Was he a hothead like Hank Saluku? Yes, he was. But did you see Jim Ike and all the characters, he's ever done in The Boss? No. So don't worry about being stereotyped. All you have to do is put it back in their face and tell them, this is who I am. Bring the characters. I will chop them up, give them back to you, and you forget that this person is a villain. Because you will cry when the character falls. You will rejoice. You will pray for that character. Meanwhile, that guy is going to kill the next person in the next scene. So, that's it.
Yeah. So what were your favorite scenes in the movie, and what were your also complex scenes, the most complex?
Complex. Let's start with complex. We're talking about it before we got on air.
Yeah.
The face-off between Obaz and Efemini, I was in serious pain at the time, physical pain. When we started filming, I was as messed up here, because Obaz had to be, I wasn't getting enough sleep.
Oh.
It was just a lot of, I'd say negative energy.
Oh.
Because you could feel his presence. Obaz didn't beat anybody. It wasn't cutting people up like, what's his name? Teacher. You didn't see him put a gun to a baby and shoot them. But when you see him, you just know this guy is going to burn down a country, right? So imagine, I'm done from set on a Thursday and I'm not filming the next day and I'm in my room. It's a lot. It's a lot. So that scene was complex because I was experiencing physical pain. There's a part where the boss says to Aussie boy, the F word. F, I don't need you. And I pause and I make it. That was excruciating pain that I couldn't break character because the boss was a bossy. But we're happy that, Nigerians and everybody else love it. My favorite scene would be the scene between Efemini and the manager. Emeka Okafor. That's the guy that played the manager. Not the general manager,
the manager.
by Constance.
Yeah.
Constance was phenomenal, by the way. Constance was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Constance,
she became a meme, actually.
bro, forever will be.
Yeah.
You know, but that guy, the manager, that said poverty, love your substance. See, listen, that guy. For a second, I forgot that I was watching the film. It felt like I wanted to punch him from, my screen. I was like, what's the point, this guy? Why are you like this now? Come on now, So he was my favorite performer, because listen. So for me, I tell people that yes, you had your lead, William Benson, genius, right? Genius, bro. Don't worry, I don't use that word loosely. Yeah, William is a genius. Don't worry about it. Yes, you have him, commanding and driving the audience. But you see, you need pockets of other performers here and there to be able to add color to what it is that you do as a performer, because you cannot do it alone. It's not stage.
Yeah.
Where you command your audience and they stay there, they're quiet. You tell them, drop your phone, they drop your phone because they can hear you. But Nkechi is sitting at home watching you on her screen, probably eating her favorite food. She can pause the TV if she doesn't want to hear what you're saying. But what Emeka Okafor did, Constance did in the first episode, they held our audience for us. Because the boss comes in, 16 minutes after, Yeah. So what you see is a man going through, Nigerians, we're used to that. Yeah, we're used to that. We're used to seeing broke men, move around. If you never see anyone, I'll carry you go up there. Do you get what I mean? So it's relatable. But because we had people like Emeka Okafor that played the manager, we had Constance that held her own, without doing too much. The eyes, she was controlling everything. You could feel her presence. It was obese. There was no space. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. And it was just beautiful. There were no extras. There were background actors. Because when you say extra in Nigeria, extra, no speaking, no. Even the background actors held their own. The woman that was selling food, I was like, that's film. That's what it is. That's why the audience will wait and watch. So they created a foundation for Obos. Because if they didn't do that, you will flip. You will go to the next film. Netflix has over 1,000 movies that you can watch. But the background actors held their own. And all thanks, again, to the genius herself, Kemi Adetiba Hemanaka. God bless you, sis. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you for what you do for this country.
Oh, yeah. For the continent, bro. For the continent.
Yeah, so what are your personal visions for Nollywood, for the Nollywood future? What are your personal visions? What do you see that is wrong that we can make right?
I mean, like every other industry, there are hurdles and conquer worms that we keep fighting every day. Do you know what I mean? It's the obvious, the elephant in the room, which is piracy, infrastructure. But hey, we could keep going on and on. My advice would be start with yourself, as a performer. And by starting with yourself, I came up with an initiative. It's called Creative Continuum Africa. It's a summit that's happening on the 16th of September at Landmark Event Center in Lagos. Our theme is empowering Africa's creatives, Africa's performers for a sustainable future. This idea was birthed as a result of my highs and lows in the industry, of having to just navigate this journey by myself without no mentors, nobody to just show me the ropes, Sometimes I'll just make certain decisions even before I got myself a manager, I was managing myself, so I'd make decisions that would not necessarily mar relationships or put me in harm's way, but not the right decision to make at that time. You get what I mean? Yeah. So hence why I came up with this initiative, and I'm working with some intelligent people, partnering with some establishments that I will mention in pretty soon, once we put pen to paper. It's basically to bridge the gap between creatives and investors. I'm sick and tired of seeing legends in the industry, my colleagues, just prancing in and out of the hospital, not having a proper health benefit system for themselves. Some creatives under that, it costs $250,000 to $300,000 naira to pay for, health insurance or some form of well planning at any prestigious hospital in Lagos. So that you can at least just walk into the hospital and get treatment. Because we work round the clock. We work round the clock, my brother. And I know some actors that do that on a daily, so they don't have the opportunity to take care of themselves. So proper planning becomes a problem. You're only thinking about the money, traction, forgetting that it's the vessel that is giving you that money. So the CCA summit will be shedding light on these things, and financial literacy, which is a major problem in the industry. You actors and performers and creatives are just showing up for ceremonies and being celebrated, and when it's time to go home and the lights are off, you don't know where this person, we don't know where they're going to. You just expect to see the performer on your screen doing a song, doing an artwork, doing a film, but you don't know what's going on with that performer. And it's quite scary because we've lost a few legends to this effect. I was speaking to a kidney specialist in Abuja some weeks ago, and he was telling me a very sad story about one of my favorites in the industry, Mr. Ibu, and how everything happened. And it's just a pity. That guy made me laugh. It's one of my favorites. I love that man.
He made Nigeria laugh.
He made Nigeria, he made Africa laugh. And when it was time for us to do the needful, there was nobody there. It wasn't a system, it wasn't a structure, it was nothing, And what we had were clickbaits. Everybody hitting likes on page and writing emojis when, we could have done something, And by something, I mean just provide proper health care. What was wrong with him? He wasn't possessed, he was just sick. So we just needed money to take care of the man, And it's just, I don't want to get emotional, bro. So hence why CCA Summit is happening the 16th of September. And so this is a clarion call to creatives all around Nigeria. Make yourself available for this, so that you can avert the mistakes that we made. And I'm not saying I regret the journey, because it has forged me to the man that I am today. But if there's a way that we can make this thing a bit more palatable for girls in the industry, for girls in the industry, for boys in the industry, I'll do it again and again. So registration is free. Link is on my bio. Register, come through. And if you want to sponsor, you want to partner with us, send us a message.
Hi.
Breathe, brother, breathe.
Let's go stick in Pidgin English then. Breathe now, Baba. Breathe now.
Don't worry, don't worry. Collect oxygen.
All right. So finally, are there any what projects are we expected to see you in the nearest future?
Well, I'm going into producing and directing.
Oh, okay.
But I don't have anything coming out this year. Yeah, because I take my sweet time. But on Netflix, I just mentioned his name, Sir A.Y. Macklin. I'm sure he's going to be pissed that I said Sir. He's the Gen Z key. So we did a film last year, came out in the cinema in December. It's called The Waiter. It's coming out in September. I'm going to tell you for free. September 12th, and I'm excited and eager to see how Nigerians take it, because it's completely. No, I'm not going to say anything. Watch it and tell me what you see. So The Waiter is coming out on Netflix. The Creek. Oh yeah, The Creek. My bad. Sorry, I need to give you guys this one. The Creek also is coming out this year. That's a film I did with Toka Makbar. Sam Dede is in the film.
Interesting.
Jean-Louis, he is an Black American actor. He's phenomenal. It's got Sunshine Rossman. It's got Mr. Sweet. I mentioned him earlier on. He's in the film. So that's coming out this year. Well, I don't know about the others, but we've got some coming out.
Finally. Don't give us your favorite line from the movie To Kill a Man. What was your favorite line? You can look at it.
Bruh.
Favorite
line. Favorite line. Favorite line. You sure you want to?
Let's give it.
It's all you. You really want to pay the fine. And they come. No rep. So you fill in the blanks. The boss is a character, man. No.
No, my favorite.
What's your favorite?
My favorite line.
Yeah.
That was the first episode.
Oh,
and
really?
it wasn't really a line. It was the way the boss looked at Ifemini when he was kneeling and begging.
Oh my
That
goodness.
was real. Like, this was somebody you expect to have been something.
Yes.
But the way you looked at him, the way the camera angle put that in your face, and the way you were surprised. Even though, yes, the character has made it to the top, and but the way he was looking at him, I don't believe this. This was a disbelief in his face. He didn't need any words.
Yes.
Like, that was my favorite take. I had to watch that all over and over again, and I was like, this was really
you know, like we said earlier on, you know, when you have a powerful performer in the same frame with you, and Williams gave me everything. Every single thing. The only thing I didn't take from Williams was his money. Because if he had the opportunity, he would give me his money. So it was easy to see a man that was broken. It was easy to see a man that didn't have transport. And even if he did, right, he would rather eat that transport and take keke, not Korope or bus, back home. So meaning Baba will walk like 4 hours. Do you get what I mean? So that's what I saw in his face. That's what I saw. Because he was on the ground. He was a nobody at that time. And that's how they see us in this part of the world. Oh, you're Nigerian, to the left. You know, so for me, I didn't just see Ifemini. I saw a lot of Ifeminis on the ground. And I had at that point, in that frame, I was the right government, willing to pull its people out of the mud and wash them and give them a better life. But we all know what the boss did.
So without wasting too much time, thank you, Richie.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
To hear your story from when you started acting down to Kill a Monkey, and it's a crown jewel for Nigerians, I would say. And your character has become like a cultural phenomenon in terms of what we need as actors, as characters. We need characters that would envelope, not just, oh, I'm going to watch Buchi Franklin, I'm going to see a boss. And this might also spur others to emulate and create characters and create universes, that can be in people's heads. And I believe that this is the start of something new. Thank you so much.
Amen. Glory to God.
So viewers, thank you so much for watching BD Extra. This is all we have for today. Keep watching BDTV. Stay here.
I am Amanda Emosigwe from BDTV, ready to blow your mind.
Somebody will eat first before changing phone.
This is Market Pulse, your window into price trends and, of course, realities of the Nigerians. On this episode of Market Pulse, we fix our gaze on the gadget industry, from phones to laptops, digital devices and accessories. Join us as we go to survey the bustling Ikeja computer village in Lagos, Nigeria. The market is bubbling, bursting with life, but behind this hustle lies a very dull ache.
You want to die early, you fly all the beach.
Behind the noise are vendors dealing with the ache of the economy but still striving hard. The evolution and dependence of technology and smartphones make them not just a luxury but a lifeline essential in every sector. How do Nigerians cope when this supposed oxygen becomes too expensive to access? It seems like the demand remains strong even with the challenge of affordability. Customers are adapting and brand loyalty no longer exists as there's only a pocket loyalty. The depth of your pocket is the determinant of your favorite gadget brand in the economy.
I've been in market over about 15 years now. The current challenges that we have experienced because of the situation of the exchange. Sometimes it goes up, it's come down. When you tell your customer this is the price, it look like maybe somebody is not a sincere person. That's why sometimes the market will not flow. It look like it does. Sometimes when you understand, the market will still be moving gradually. The step the federal government need to take is that they should try the possible best to make sure the dollar rate is one place, not frustrating. When the dollar rate is still going up, coming down, people will be losing, people will be gaining.
Recently, we have seen a growing demand for UK, US and foreign use gadgets, and it seems like it's here to stay considering our economic realities.
Like 25 years, last 2 years, things are more better because the way the business is moving is quite different than the way it's moving now. Due to economic situation in this country, customers are no more buying. For example, I have some company or some school where I normally supply systems, laptops that they are using. But if you go to that company today, they have restricted some of their staffs. Maybe the company that have like 15 staff, now you go there, you see 5. So they are selling some of their gadgets back to we that have sold to them like last year, last 2 years. The way customers are coming now is just, they are just like struggling. It's not flowing like now, phones, laptop is not that trending like that because phone has taken some position of his place. So phone, let me just say for now, phone is trending. And you now see like some of these gadgets they are using to do content creator. Instead of like buying a camera or buying a laptop, they will buy a bigger phone. For 11 Pro up to 16 Pro. For like laptop issue, Dell and HP is a name that, let me just say for Africa, the customers, they will always like that HP or Dell. I didn't import anymore. It was like 2 years ago because of the the clearing cost. So I buy from importers. Yes. Some are over there. We talk to them, we call them, what they bring. They will not direct you where they drop it. I can't adjust more than the way I adjust because it will affect me too. It will affect me because, for example, now maybe in a situation whereby in a day you make like, let's say 300,000, for example, in time that things are going. Presently now, maybe in a day, in 3 weeks' time, you haven't made 300,000.
Even though the term used might seem unappealing to an outsider, this is now the pulse of the gadget industry. As we continue to find more second-hand goods in good condition, sometimes refurbished, the catch here is that these gadgets are significantly cheaper than newer ones. For many vendors and customers, it offers balance between affordability and quality.
I've been in this business for over 15 years. I did learn computer accessories, phone accessories, and gadgets. Talking about your shop depends on the size of the shop. So, well, if you want to stock up my shop, I think with 5 million, the shop was stocked up. 2 years ago, we were something like 10 million. It's double now. In a month, when I make my business, I'm making about 300,000, 500,000 in a month. Now, I must be sincere with you. Now, sales has drastically dropped. You know, now if you make a month You look at more than 300,000, you're trying. And once the person comes to your shop and appraise you, market, what's important is that stability in business matters a lot. Once you're stable and you're priced, and they know that this guy's price, and once it's into the crisis, it crisis. When they come there, they say a price is okay. That make sure you don't over cost. You give minimum price. If you say you're not buying, you go to elsewhere and it's the same price. And something tells you that this guy is right. You go to 1, 2, 3 shops, you will come back. If it's your customer, you come back and give it to me. But when you now put it like 10,000, and go to the house and say I see 5,000, you know you are disobedient. I stopped importation when the dollar increment starts. So if you want to survive in business, when the dollar starts being unstable, you have to pause and be careful. So but now that the dollar is a bit stable now, we went to resume again. Importers varies. There are people that can't stop importing because they've started importing in millions and billions. So all they will do is to keep on importing. But we that are still at the verge of starting, if that kind of dollar issue come up, you have to pause. Go to days that we have been in duty of importing. If you want to die early, you fly all the goods, so you die. But it's every goods that you fly. There's a goods that rates you educated on ship. You come in 3 months time. You don't say that are light, anything like this, all these things, anything like all these things that airport and all these ones. They can all these ones. Other that plate, like smartwatch, earbud, the iPhone chargers, all these things are here. You can fly these ones.
This trend has become the heartbeat of the gadget industry, especially in markets in Nigeria, where brand new electronics are becoming increasingly out of reach for the man on the street.
Like more than 9 years, I sell mobile phone during the time of maybe let me say Buhari regime. Things are a little okay during that time. Even the dollar rate is okay during that time. But this period, also this is international business, so we always buy it in dollar. But this time around, because of more high of the things, so people are not demanding like before again. So the things is not moving again. So I bought from Dubai and we carry it in hand luggage. And when we reach at the airport, then they will clear it. Cannot tell you the amounts they used to clear it, but now things are high. There's no business anymore. There's no business. People are complaining that things are high. Somebody will eat first before changing phone. So it's not okay. In fact, that's what I can say. People are coming because when you sell better, maybe when the thing that you are selling is okay, you will have more customers. And business is when you are okay with what you are doing, when you are good with anything you are doing, so people will like to patronize you. If you are good, it's okay, but if you are not selling things that they don't like, they will complain. Like sometimes the fault will not from us, it will be from the factory. Sometimes you will buy phone like this, maybe sometimes the battery will not be complete like 100%. You understand? So they will complain why I bought this, it's not charging very well, or maybe all this one. But that one is from factory, not us, because we bought it like that.
To crown this episode, let's give you a breakdown of the prices of gadgets, so the next time you head to the market, you are fully informed.
Keyboard for laptop Apple system is about 2 years ago, it's about 35. Now it's 6,000, 7,000. Chopper stand 2 years ago, 2 years ago it started coming in vogue. So 2 years ago, it depends on the size of the chopper stand. See that my back at first stands start coming out early this year, not much of 2 years ago. On the kind of the phone stand, there's one of 2,000, one of 1,500, one of 3,000, one of, you see, according to the value of it or the quality of it. One of, let me say 1,500, one of 2,000. It's a plastic, very very good. Most people that sell phones use it to stand their phone, and most people that do online stuff like TikToks use it for the stand their phone. So the variant of 5,000, 4,000, looking like this. It's a more quality, it's iron, so it's more strong and it's like 360 degrees. So So the area that the phone stand is the more the quality, the more the price. I'm not around 50K. I don't know what to say. I'm not 54. It's okay, but I don't know. But even say a phone sell by the gig and by the RAM. So if it's a 1 gig, 2 gig, I can see it. It's at your mercy. So everybody go with phone that 8 gig, 12 gig RAM. So it's more the RAM. The RAM is the speed. The more the RAM, the more the speed. So those ones are one of 50K. You can see, but you can see on Tokumbos. Phone that has moved the market more, that is even say Nigeria is crazy about, is iPhone and Samsung. You know, the trend now. So do you go for iPhone? Is iPhone your phone that you can use now, sell now, buy now, sell now? You buy as if it's a hello. But Samsung also sells. But I'm telling you, iPhone and Samsung are the bomb. The iPhone is your god of all.
Of course, there is a phone 50K, but it's those used one like second hand.
Let me also like iPhone 11 Pro now, new one, you can see like 700,000-800,000. Why fully used, you can see like 350,000-400,000. It depends the gigabyte on it. Then iPhone 12, you can see 450,000-500,000 for fully used. Y16 is 1 point something million. And you can see a cheapest laptop like, let me just say dual core, 500, 4 gig RAM, you can see like 80,000. As for last 2 years, to clear 20 feet container, you have like 5.5 million. You can completely clear 20 feet. But as present now, if you don't have up to 15 million naira, you can clear 20 feet container.
That's it on today's episode of Market Pulse. Stay tuned for more as we bring you the heartbeat of market, one episode at a time.
I am a man.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is the news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, equities market rebound as investor drive 279 billion naira gain. Manufacturing sector growth stalls amid port bottlenecks. And FAN to begin contactless payment at MMIA Abuja from September 29th. Taj Bank exceeds CBN's recapitalization requirement, Bank CEO. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. The Nigerian exchange rebounded on Thursday, reversing earlier losses with a 279 billion naira gain in market capitalization. Listed equities rose to 89.4 trillion naira, up from 89.1 trillion in the previous section. The all-share index added 432.94 points, or 0.31%, to close at 149.04 points, driven mainly by bargain hunting in banking and oil and gas stocks. Market activity was stronger, with 781.7 million shares worth 19.5 billion naira traded across 20,382 deals. That's a 77% jump in volume and a 15% rise in turnover, though the number of deals dipped slightly. On the gainers chart, Mikio Industries rose 9.89%, O&O gained 9.5%, while Champs added 9.24%. On the flip side, Etana shared 10%, while Cavitin fell 3.76%. Consolidated Allmark Holdings led in volume with over 333 million shares traded, while MTN Nigeria topped value with 5.01 billion naira worth of transactions. Sectoral performance was largely positive, with the banking index up 1.02% and oil and gas up 0.74%. Analysts say renewed buying shows investors are positioning for third quarter earnings and taking advantage of price correction in key sectors. And moving on, Nigeria's manufacturing sector is slightly further, with new NBS data showing its GDP contribution fell to 7.81% in second quarter 2025, down from 9.62% in first quarter. The sector also shrunk 15.81% quarter on quarter, with manufacturers blaming port bottlenecks and high cost. The Manufacturers Association says delay at the ports are stifling productivity and raising prices. Meanwhile, Nigeria imported 15.39 trillion naira in manufactured goods in the first half of the year, against just 1.09 trillion naira in exports, leaving a 14.3 trillion naira trade deficit. Stakeholders are urging urgent reforms, including power supply improvement, to rescue the sector from deeper decline. Meanwhile, the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria is set to introduce a new payment system at the country's major airports. Beginning Monday, September 29th, all transactions at revenue points in Lagos and Abuja will go fully cashless. The initiative, tagged Operation Go Cashless, will take effect first at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos and the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja. Under the system, travelers will be required to make payments for services such as access gates, car parks, and VIP lounges using contactless channels only. FAN says the scheme was developed in partnership with payment solutions provider Paystack and is designed to boost efficiency, block revenue leakages, and ensure seamless transaction for passengers. To ease the transition, brand ambassadors were deployed across terminals to guide passengers, while a dedicated FAN Go cashless card can be obtained and activated online ahead of travel. And up ahead, Taj Bank exceeds CBN's recapitalization requirements, Bank CEO. We bring you more details after this time out.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. Still on the Nigeria scene, Taj Bank says it has surpassed the Central Bank of Nigeria's new minimum capital requirement for national non-interest banks. The Abuja-based lender confirmed the development in a statement on Friday, well ahead of the March 2026 enforcement deadline. Managing Director Amit Joda told reporters at an investment summit that the milestone places Taj Bank among the first set of lenders already compliant with the Apex Bank's recapitalization rules. He credited the feat to the support of the board, shareholders, and investors. Joda described the CBN's recapitalization policy as forward-looking, saying it will strengthen Nigerian banks for global competitiveness. He added that Taj Bank will continue to scale up its digital infrastructure and expand technology-driven services with a focus on Sharia-compliant products. And the National Pension Commission, PENCOM, has unveiled a revised regulation that allows pension funds to gain exposure to gold through tradable gold receipts listed on Securities and Exchange Commission recognized exchanges. The innovation enables pension fund administrators, that's PFAs, to invest in gold without the complexities of physical storage, offering a secure and liquid alternative asset class. Gold receipts are part of a broader suite of instruments introduced under PENCOM's update investment guidance aimed at enhancing diversification, boosting returns, and minimizing concentration risk. The revised regulation signaled PENCOM's commitment to evolving Nigeria's pension system into a global competitive, resilient, and forward-looking investment vehicle, one that empowers retirees while supporting national economic growth. And away from that story, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission has approved the transfer of Total Energy's entire 12.5% interest in oil mining lease 118. According to a statement posted on the Commission's official X account, the stake will now be acquired by Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company and Nigerian Ajib Exploration, both of which are existing partners in the oil block. The regulator said Shell and Ajib demonstrated the technical expertise and financial capacity to manage the assets. Under the agreement, the two companies will also take on decommissioning and abandonment obligations, as well as all outstanding commitments to host communities previously owned by Total Energies. The Commission stressed that these liabilities are essential to sustaining Nigeria's oil and gas operation. However, the transaction still requires ministerial consent under the Petroleum Industry Act. Shell and Ajib are also expected to pay more than $500 million in premiums and fees before the deal can be fully concluded. And still on, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has withdrawn its case against MTN Nigeria's chief executive, Carl Toriola, and two other senior officials of the company. The case, which was scheduled for arraignment at the Federal High Court in Abuja, centered on alleged breaches of the FCCPC Act. The executives were accused of failing to provide documents and information requested under a lawful summons. Charges were filed in July, naming Toriola Chief Corporate Service Officer Tobechukwu Okigbo and General Manager for Regulatory Affairs Ikena Ikeme. But in a notice before the court, FCCPC Counsel Insitem Chizenum sought to discontinue the matter, citing provisions of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. The notice of withdrawal means the charges will not proceed unless formally adopted by the next sitting. The case has now been adjourned to October 30th after presiding Judge Awa Yilwa was unavailable to sit. Meanwhile, MTN's chief executive still faces a separate case brought by the Nigerian Copyright Commission over alleged copyright infringements. Okomu Oil Palm Company PLC has partnered with the Edo State Government, IDH, and local communities to launch a forest regeneration program that will see the planting of over 33,000 trees in Ovia Southwest local government area. The first phase targets 3,000 trees across the communities, including Boleuba, Paul Camp, Magdalene Camp, Osayanwem, and BC Camp. The initiative aims to restore depleted forests, protect biodiversity, and improve rural livelihoods. Edo State Forestry Commission's Director of Plantation, Akpele Maxwell, said the project demonstrates government's commitment to safeguarding the ecosystem, assuring farmers that their farmlands will not be destroyed. Okomu Oil Palm Company's Managing Director, represented by Billy Gansa, reaffirmed the firm's commitment to conservation, noting that 3,000 acres of its concession have already been set aside as protected areas. Community representatives hailed the initiative as timely, promising to maintain the trees, while experts say the project could serve as a model for tackling deforestation and land degradation in other states. And still to come, Uganda's shilling seen rising on month-end FX flow. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa. In African currency markets, Uganda's shilling is expected to strengthen against the dollar in the coming week, while the currencies of Ghana, Kenya, and Zambia are seen holding steady. In Uganda, traders say the shilling is trading with affirming buyers, supported by month-end inflows of hard currency from NGOs and commodity exporters. The unit was quoted at 3,497 to 3,507 per dollar on Thursday and is expected to stay within the 3,470 and 3,510 range. Ghana's CD is forecast to remain stable around 12.30 to the dollar, with central bank dollar auctions meeting demand from importers, while Kenya's shilling is also expected to extend its run of stability, holding at 129.00 to 129.40 per dollar, And in Zambia, the kwacha was quoted at 23.97 per dollar, slightly weaker than last week. But traders say it will likely remain around current levels unless Friday's national budget triggers market moves. And still on the African scene, producer inflation in South Africa accelerated to 2.1% year-on-year in August, up from 1.5% in July. That's according to new figures released by Statistics South Africa today. The producer price index, which tracks the cost of goods leaving factories and mines before reaching consumers, also rose 0.3% on a month-to-month basis. Analysts say the increase was driven by higher prices in categories such as food products, beverages, and petroleum-related goods. While the rates remain relatively low compared to last year's levels, the uptick suggests cost pressure are gradually building along the supply chain. Economists warn that if producer inflation continues to edge higher, it could spill over into consumer prices in the coming months, posing a challenge for the South African Reserve Bank and it weighs future interest rate decisions. And now to the foreign scene, global debt has climbed to a record high of 0.7 trillion US dollars by the end of the second quarter. That's according to a new report by the Institute of International Finance, which shows debt rose by more than 21 trillion US dollars in just the first half of the year. The surge has been driven by easier global financial conditions, a weaker US dollar, and more accommodative policies from major central banks. China, France, the United States, Germany, Britain, and Japan recorded the sharpest increase in debt, though part of the rise reflects the dollar nearly 10% slides this year against a basket of major currencies. The IIF says the scale of this build-up mirrors the pandemic-era surge of 2020. Debt to GDP ratios are also on the rise in countries like Canada, China, Saudi Arabia, and Poland, while falling in Ireland, Japan, and Norway. Also, oil prices edged higher on Friday, heading for their steepest weekly rise since June. Brent crude was up to 69.57 US dollar a barrel, while US WTI traded at 65.21 US dollar. Gains were supported by Ukraine drone strikes on Russian oil facilities and Moscow's move to tighten fuel export. Russia has introduced a partial diesel export ban until the end of the year and extended its gasoline ban, with several regions already facing fuel shortages. Both benchmarks touched their highest levels since August 1st this week, also boosted by a surprise drop in U.S. crude inventories. But stronger U.S. GDP growth and news that Kurdish oil exports will soon resume helped limit further gains. And up next is sport news after this break. Just stay with us.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
true strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to sports, where Aston Villa boss Unai Emery has urged his side to build consistency after securing their first win of the season, a 1-0 Europa League victory over Bologna. John McGinn struck in the 12th minute with Villa's first home goal of the campaign, firing into the bottom corner from outside the area. Oli Watkins missed a chance to double the lead in the second half, seeing his penalty saved by Lukas Skorupski. Villa keeper Marco Bizot was tested late on, producing key saves to deny Bologna, including a crucial stop from Martin Vittix in stoppage time, as Villa held on for all 3 points. Emery says the result gives his side something to build on ahead of Sunday's Premier League clash with Fulham. And to win the news, Arsenal defender William Saliba has agreed a new 5-year contract at the Emirates, keeping him at the club until June 2030. The French centre-back has become one of the Premier League standout performers, playing every league match in the 2023 and 24 season and missing only 3 last term. Saliba, who joined Arsenal in 2019 but made his competitive debut in 2022, has since ranked up 139 appearances in all competitions, scoring 7 goals. He follows Gabriel Magalhaes, Ethan Nwaneri and Miles Lewis-Kelly in committing to new Arsenal deal this year. Sporting director Andrea Berta still has major business ahead with Bukayo Saka's contract, among those requiring resolution. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Welcome to another edition of BD Roundtable, where we take up issues in our country and then analyze them to your understanding. As usual, this afternoon we have in the house the Sunday editor of Business Day, Mr. Zebulon Agomo, and of course the assistant editor also here at Business Day, Mr. Chuka Roko. And today we'll be looking at three issues actually, very quickly. And that is the sole administrator of River State, who just concluded his 6 months, reign, of, if you like, if I may use that word, in River State, Mr. Rear Admiral Ibogete Ibas, who is saying that, look, you cannot prove me. And of course, he was saying this to the River State House of Assembly, who just sat on Friday, and they resolved that they are going to look into what it is that Iba was able to do within the 6 months that he held sway as the sole administrator in River State. Of course, that's saying they want to probe, but Iba is telling them, look, you cannot probe me. And so we're just going to discuss that and see how that would be. Of course, we are also going to talk about the direct distribution of fuel to a filling station, to marketers by the Dangote refinery. A positive development, you may say, but of course there are other issues that people are raising regarding this. So we're also going to discuss this today. And of course, lastly, in Katsina State, bandits and of course the locals, facilitated by the local government there, are signing peace accord to stop rising insecurity in that state. And you'll be wondering whether bandits have become a government now that they are now deciding whether to continue to inflict pain on the people. So those are the three issues we'll be discussing today. And very quickly, without wasting our time, I will be going first to my immediate left, Mr. Uroko. Ibok Ete Ibas has said that the River State House of Assembly cannot probe him, investigate what it is that he was able to do. You recall within the 6 months that he was there, he was said to have received allocation amounting to about 297 billion naira. What has he done with that amount of money in 6 months? The House of Assembly, after the lifting of the suspension that the emergency rule that the president imposed, they sat the first time, I think it was on Friday or Thursday last week, and of course, part of the resolutions was that they will investigate what it is that the sole administrator was able to do with that amount of money in 6 months. But the still sole administrator is saying that you do not have the powers to probe me. What's your take on the? If I may ask, can the House actually probe Ibas? In any case, he was not answerable to them. They were not the one that appointed him. He was appointed by Mr. President following the emergency rule that Mr. President declared. But they want to probe him. But he's saying, you can't probe me. What's your take on this?
Okay, thank you so much, Joss, for that question. I'll look at it this way. One, the State Assembly was not in part of the government that he served or he presided over. But the assemblymen, by the work they are assigned to do, are representatives of the people. And the people, Rivers people would actually want to know what happened to their money, or the money that was voted for his government belonged to the people of Rivers State. And for somebody to just come, sit as a government, walk away, that is walk in and walk away, and then there's no trace of any project executed by the man. And if he did, of course, it doesn't represent that kind of amount of money. So to that extent, I think those people have the right to say, we want to probe him. But perhaps probe may be too much an exercise to do. They can invite him to come and explain to us, what did you do with this money? Invite him. But I quarrel with the fact that the man is saying, oh, you cannot probe me. that underscores the arrogance and impunity that define government officials in Nigeria. Once somebody is given power to preside over people's affairs, he becomes very arrogant. And then what defines his attitude is impunity. He does things just the way he does. And that reflects even the way they speak. So for him to say you cannot, of course, I read somewhere where his media aide was saying, if you try it, if you try that, you see. And that's giving that kind of thing to the State Assembly, who are representing the people of Rivers State. So I think the Assembly should just invite the man for questioning, and not perhaps to set up a panel that will just go into probing the man. How did he do it? Asking questions about what did you do with this money? You received this money, yes. What did you do with it? It may say, I did this or did that with it. So
okay, thank you, Zeb. Let's assume that the House, like he said, has the right, so to say, to investigate what Ibas was able to do within the 6 months that he was there, and of course the amount of money that we received within that period. But is this probe, if maybe investigation, is it really necessary? Shouldn't the House of Assembly, shouldn't they just be concentrating, on making relevant laws to move Rivers State forward, given the fact that in the last 6 months, that state has kind of stagnated in terms of economic progress. So shouldn't they just be focusing on this and then forget about this? Is it necessary to go into this probe, if I may ask?
Thank you so much, Josh. And I want to greatly differ from what Mr. Rocco has said. Yeah. In the first place, democracy was suspended in Rivers State by the president for 6 months. And the House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly was also suspended. Yeah. Which means the governor, the deputy governor, and the House of Assembly were all affected. It would be very erroneous, or it would be an error for the governor, now he has resumed, to say that whatever the governor or the sole administrator did was a nullity. By the same token, it was also wrong for a House of Assembly that was on suspension, that did not exist
at that time,
while a sole administrator was in place, to come and say, we are going to probe you. The money that is being talked about here was the money that was directly approved by the National Assembly. If anybody has to probe the sole administrator, it has to be the National Assembly that approved the budget. And Abbas is brimming with confidence that nothing can happen, because he knew the mandate given to him by those who installed him for 6 months. And he knew that the House of Assembly does not have the powers to probe him. So he's talking on the standpoint and on the background that those who appointed him, the president, people call them rubber stamp, National Assembly. So who will bear the cat? So people are just doing things with impunity, knowing that nobody can touch them.
Yeah.
It's not as if that anybody is beyond probe. It's because the system we are running currently is a WAP system. It's a system that has been messed up. So everybody is doing his own thing. So nobody is looking at what anybody is doing. So the president can just do whatever he likes. A lot of things the president has done. You are traveling. You are not handing power over to your deputy. Nice. You move and you are taking decision from wherever you are. So these things are not constitutional. So so far it has been accepted as a norm in Nigeria. That's why people are just looking away from whatever anybody is doing and say, let them run with that.
Okay, Chuka, of course, the sole administrator has come and gone. Thankfully, the democratic, governance has been restored now in Rivers State. The governor has resumed. Just yesterday, the governor was at Aso Rock to report to Mr. President that I have officially resumed duty. That's what people are saying in Rivers State. And of course, the House of Assembly, they've resumed too. So it means that we are. So what should the governor and the members of the State House of Assembly, okay, because let's say in the last 6 months, Rivers has kind of suffered a setback. So to fast track the progress of Rivers State, and then of course bring governance to the benefit of the people, what should the governor and members of the House of Assembly be doing right now?
Well, thank you. I think Fubara went to Aso Rock to thank the president that he has been restored to power. But what power or authority he has is still subject to debate, because he came out and told the world that, I won't abide by the agreement I have with the president.
Even though we don't know
somebody
the terms of
is still, somebody was asked, what is this agreement? Till tomorrow, till today, because tomorrow it may be made public. But up to today, 6 months, almost, let us say maybe, because about 2 months ago, they entered into that kind of agreement. Nigerians are yet to know what are the terms of those agreements. And the man is still keeping it to himself, which means if it were something that is in the favor, in favor of Rivers people, perhaps he would have made it known to them. But I want to assume, or presume rather, that that agreement may not be in the interest of the people. And that's why it is kept as a top secret. So to think about fast-tracking governance or doing whatever they are supposed to, of course, in a normal run of events, after serving 6 months, you come with some hit the ground running, because some ground have been lost. So ideally, the governor and the House of Assembly should actually be on their toes to make sure that the lost ground is recovered, even though they may not be able to recover everything. Because money was actually voted for the development of that state while the emergency lasted. But people, I don't think the Rivers people saw anything that looked like development or economic activity within that period. So to that extent, nobody knows what Fubara is actually capable of doing, because he has entered into an agreement with somebody with higher authorities. I see the absurdity in all of this that is the things happening in the Rivers State. We're talking about a PDP governor being subservient to no position, because the president is from another party, which ordinarily they shouldn't be even the best of friends. But that's
but the president is the president of the country.
Yes, he is. Yes, I mean, but at least a state from another party should have his own soul. But in Rivers State, it's not like that.
All right.
It doesn't have its own soul. So whatever we see going forward is a product of that meeting and the agreement, and how it comes. The Rivers people and the rest of us have to take them that way.
All right, thank you, Chuka. I think what I can take from what you have said is that there's the need for the governor and of course the House of Assembly to actually work together, because at the end of the day, all of them are there to serve the people. I think the interest of the people should be paramount. Whatever it is that they are thinking of doing, I think that at the end of the day, the people should see the benefit of democracy, the dividends of democracy. So we're going to a quick break now. When we return, the program will continue. We'll take a look at Dangote direct fuel distribution to marketers, and then of course, lastly, we will also look at the insecurity situation in the Katsina state that has forced the residents of that state. These 9 local governments, as at today, have signed agreement to be able to stay safe, and they've signed this agreement with bandits. So when we return, we'll discuss these two other issues, and of course, we'll conclude. We're going to a short break now. Welcome back. We are still talking on BDTV Roundtable this afternoon. And of course, in the house, we still have our two gentlemen in the house. Interesting thing is happening in Nigeria. Uncle Zaya, interesting thing is happening in Nigeria. We're seeing a man who has decided to now supply fuel directly to filling stations. Someone will say, look, I'm taking the burden of you, having to buy trucks, having to, hire drivers. So you just buy fuel, I'm going to supply to you directly. Zara, I want to ask you, this is what the Dangote refinery has done. And they've started this, I think so far, about 1,000 trucks, have been deployed for this purpose. And then actually, the plan actually is to scale it up to as many as 10,000 trucks in the long run to be able to supply fuel across the whole country. Across the country. That's an interesting development. I want to ask you, what does this move mean for the Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector?
Yeah, it's a very positive development for everybody. Even members of that man, other associations in the downstream sector of they believe that what is going on is still a positive thing. But their fear is just that that development may take food or take the feeding bottle from their mouth, because they have been feeding very fat over the years on that. But for someone to suddenly come up now, it appears that their means of livelihood is a big threat. So to that effect, you should not blame those people so terribly, because they are trying to protect their food. But we must give it to Aliko Dangote, who has come up to try to relieve the pains and burdens that have been on the shoulders of Nigerians. I would liken it to a farmer that plants or cultivates tomatoes. And all along he has been relying on other people's truck to push the produce into the market. And over time, he has been suffering massive decay of the produce. And he now sat down to say, how do I scale my profit and all this? He decided now to buy those trucks so that he will directly take his produce, the tomatoes, to the market without wasting much time. And now people are kicking. Those from whom he was renting those trucks before are now saying, hey, what are you doing? Please, you don't have the right to buy your own truck. And this is a man that has been losing a lot by suffering delays in pushing his produce to the market. So I would liken that to what Dangote has done. Dangote has invested billions of dollars to float this refinery, and now said, I will not buy myself a prawn string of all these associations, and I will not depend on their trucks. Let me roll out mine. And he went and acquired 400 trucks. Or is it 4,000 trucks?
Yeah,
1,000 already on ground to do that. So, and these people are kicking. Actually, what my advice should be is that they should come to a round table, because these people also should not be allowed to fizzle out of the market, because they also have their own families and other responsibilities to take care of. There should be an amicable way of resolving these things without allowing them to just go and their business food. On their own part also, they should not think that Dangote has done any dangerous or try to do evil to them, because he's a businessman. He wants to do whatever it takes that is positive in order to make his business succeed and survive.
Yeah.
So that is what I can say. There is need for amicable resolution, and I will not want. I will want to advise that anybody who wants to, or those who are saying things that may endanger peace, should please rein in whatever thing they are saying. They should always be on the path of speaking reconciliation and speaking amicable resolution of the impasse between Dangote and the marketers.
Interesting.
Everybody needs to live and live well.
Interesting.
Collaboratively. That's what I can say for now.
Yeah. Chuka, do you see this having positive impact on the prices of petroleum products? I mean, the direct distribution by Dangote.
Yes. Let me just say first and foremost that every coin has its two sides. Dangote actually is helping Nigerians, but inexorably is also instituting what may be called absolute monopoly. Absolute monopoly in the sense that the entire market now belongs to one man. And just as my colleague has observed, these other people also need income to survive. They also need income. They also need to be employed, doing something. But because of the way we are in Nigeria, where people, when they have advantage, don't forget that each time we have serious fuel problem is because of these truck owners. They have always held Nigerians to ransom by their activities. Each time it pleases them, they will just go off-road. They will announce it. Oh, Nupeng is going on a strike. Truck owners have decided to, that kind of thing. And everybody will be panicky that the worst is going to happen. And this affects every aspect of our lives. So what Dangote has done really is good, very, very good, especially to the poor people, because I anticipate a situation where it may not be immediate. What Dangote has done may trickle down to the price of a petrol, because now it has taken off the cost of logistics from those who from filling station owners. That instead of paying ₦1 or ₦2 to lift your fuel from here from Lagos to Ilori, the thing just comes to you like that. It also creates a very healthy competition amongst filling station owners. And if you go where the part of Lagos where I live, before you run from here to Obalande, you may have seen up to 3 different pump prices. One is selling $860, that one is selling $855, another is selling $856, $865. Petronate.
So there's healthy competition.
Along that the road where I come from, you can even buy $840.
Interesting.
But why some people are afraid of those areas, those stations that sell so low, that you do not know why must they be selling so low? So for me, I would always buy from, especially I have a MRS in my area. They say highest, but I drive in there and fill my tank, because I believe that there must be something they have which others don't, and that's why they're selling higher and other people are selling lower. But the truth is that competition is already there. So coming direct to your question, I envisage a situation where price of petrol will drop as a result of this free transport of
distribution,
free distribution of not even just by one man. But we wouldn't lose sight of the fact that there could be a problem someday when Dangote as a refinery, as an organization, may have issues, and then the effect.
Already we have lost.
And the other people are no longer there. So the impact of such a thing may be heavier or worse than what we are suffering from the other people. The only thing that hope we have is that Dangote, by virtue of what he is a strong man. If you have up to 4,000 trucks, all of them cannot go bad at the same time.
So, but actually, the plan actually is to scale it up to 10,000 trucks in the long run.
So, but let us not lose sight of the fact that I started by saying that every coin has its two sides. What it's doing is absolute monopoly, and it's a case of somebody not wanting even one person to be on the road except him, which is not. Of course, it doesn't make for.
It amounts to putting all our eggs
in one basket.
Well, we thank you. We'll see how that will unfolds as we continue. But really, it's something that is quite interesting. But like you said, there are two sides to every coin. But we see how it will be as they continue to do this. Yeah, just before we wrap up, gentlemen, in Katsina State, the residents are not finding it easy at all. But it's not as if insecurity is not also affecting other states. This is a nationwide thing. But it seems that Katsina State, residents of Katsina State are particularly, affected to the extent that local government have decided, and I'm the local government here, I'm talking about local government as local government, the chairman of the local government official have decided to go negotiate with the bandits to have some level of peace. But what is worrying here is that Section 14 B subsection 2 of the Constitution actually provides that the primary function, the primary purpose of government shall be for the protection of lives and property. But in Katsina State, this is not applying. We are having a situation where, in order for them to live, in peace, in order for them not to be killed, local government are actually going to sign peace accord with bandits. Zeb, let me ask you: is this how it should be really? What does this say about Nigeria, a sovereign nation, for that matter?
Thank you. It is said that when the needed is not available, the available become the needed. You see, insecurity has been a problem to Nigeria since 2009, when the Boko Haram issue started running. And from Boko Haram now, we came to the issue of bandits. And bandits, they have been carrying out dangerous campaigns in the northwest part of this country. The states, Zamfara, Kaduna, well, it's only Kano that is very relatively down, then Katsina. What is happening in Katsina is not just isolated. It's just because it is being reported. I've heard here how these bandits have taken over farmlands in Zamfara and other places, even in Niger State, where they occupy places and now enter into agreement with farmers. If you are cultivating your farmland, they say, okay, you pay certain amount of money to allow you to cultivate and to allow you to harvest. And these things are happening in Zamfara and in Niger State, maybe up to this point. The case of Katsina, we have heard a lot about the killings in Katsina State, even when the former president, now late President Muhammad Buhari, was even
the president.
Killings had been happening even at a point. In fact, they even they ambushed the president convoy at a point.
Yeah.
So what the people of Katsina may have done is to show the government that they have lost confidence in government. Because
that's quite sad.
Very sad.
Yeah.
If their people are being killed on a regular basis and nobody is coming to their rescue, their people are being abducted and they pay heavy ransom. Sometimes after paying ransom, they even kill the people. They lose their people. So why not enter into peace accord with them, and then let's have peace. So it's an indictment on the security agencies, an indictment on government. Nobody should query them. Why did they enter into such alliance? They entered into such alliance at least to lower the scale of destruction, killing, and abduction that have been going on there. So it's a pity that Nigeria had descended into such another of insecurity, and I don't know. I pray that at a point in this the life of this administration, things will get better. But as we are today, it's unfortunate, highly unfortunate.
All right, thank you, Zeb. I think this is where we're going to wrap up. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for Juka to make his input on this insecurity situation. We are completely out of time. Sorry. So we'll come your way again next week, gentlemen. I want to thank you for as usual for coming to the studio to have this discussion. This is where we want to wrap up, and thank you for viewing. And please, until we come your way again next week, stay tuned. My name is Joshua Bassi. Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Good afternoon, welcome back to bdtv, where we give you that which you need. When we talk about business, this is the place to be. And today, it's Industry Focus. Every Tuesday, we reach you every time by this time, 12:30 to 1 o'clock, where we talk about issues that has to do with industries and how industries affect the lives of Nigerians. This is Industry Focus, and as usual, my name is Emeka Valentine. I'll be running through 4 different episodes that we've done before, but I want to do that. That should simply mean more time. So let's touch on the segments. 4 segments coming your way. First and foremost, we talk about the quote of the day, where we focus on the particular issues that has to do with technology, and then we also look at deal or no deal. After that, we also check and see what our guest has to say, talking about Captain's opinion. And before we end the show, we'll give you retrospect. All this will be coming your way, so stay with us. When you talk business and you mean business, you will have to stay with Business Day. For industry, stay with Industry Focus. I'll be right back. Onyeka Valentine is my name. Don't go away. Welcome back. Yes, I did promise you guys 4 segments on the show. 1, we have our quote of the day on technology. We also do have our guest segment, and then we do have deal or no deal, and we ended with retrospect. So let's jump straight up into our quote for the day. The quote is so simple. It says here, don't become a slave to technology, manage your phone. Don't let it manage you. I take it again. It says, don't become a slave to technology, manage your phone, don't let it manage you. A lot of us know that technology is something that helps us every now and then. But again, when our guest comes on set, we'll pour more light to that. All right, but more importantly, let's look at it very, very closely and find out different areas that will interest you today. Before our guest comes in, our guest run a bit late, but like they say, the show must go on. Today, like we know, makes 2 weeks now that those who are technology lovers, those who are into tech, have come together to say, hey, can we have different opportunities for different people, and of course run competitions that will help those who really, of course, truly want to grow. We're talking about young people. So I will jump straight up to our deal or no deal. Sometime early this month, in this September, 2nd of September, 2025, which is the year that we're in, those who organized the tech segment asked a big question, which was, how do we grow Nigeria? And so they came up with the idea that will help everyone who needs to be part of young people becoming great to have this competition that we run through. So they came up with it. And so the question here was, should this be something that will take them to the next level or not? Again, that question opened room for a competition, which was great. So it was simple, right? Nazdeen unveiled Innovative Niger, a 250 million naira innovation challenge designed to shape the future of Nigeria's infrastructure. Now, I'm going to give you a full detail of it so that it guides you. So, on the 4th of September 2025, Nazdeen unveiled Innovative Niger, a 250 million naira innovation challenge, right, designed to shape the future of Nigeria's infrastructure. So far, do you think it's a deal or no deal? I'm throwing it out there to our viewers to tell me. Now, just more details into it. It says, with an impressive total prize of 250 million naira, this competition was set to become Nigeria's largest showcase of homegrown products in science, right? It goes on to say, engineering, manufacturing, and grand prize winner will be awarded a whopping sum of 100 million naira grant that turns around, or rather that will turn around to be a groundbreaking competition. Now, that was the 2nd of September. So far, today is the 23rd. It's 21 days after that. It goes on to even say that the challenge that kicked off at that time, which was on the 4th, at GTEx Nigeria, will put together 10 different stages and, of course, create a lot of value. That event took place at Landmark. So the question is, if you truly, truly trust the arrangement, shouldn't you be part of that? Shouldn't you see that technology and other areas that will help you grow should be something on this table? So is it a deal or no deal, right? Jump on our social media page, of course. Go there and find out. We'll drop 1 or 2 messages there and tell us if you think it's a good deal or not. And if you've not heard about it, you should go and Google it and be part of that. Because like they say, each one teach one. And because it's industry focus, we focus on that can grow the economy, grow our GDP, and if industry is part of it, we will touch on that. All right, so we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we still have 2 more segments for you before we call it the wrap today. Remember, we have our retrospect of the day, and of course, we do have our captain's opinion. Hoping we will take that. So let's take a break. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Don't go away. Welcome back. It is still Industry Focus. We hope you enjoyed that package. We have to throw that in just to educate you more about other sectors and how it pulls through to grow that sector. Of course, that industry. Right here on BDTV, giving you that which you need on the daily. All right, so let's jump straight up to retrospect. We should have taken our guest, but our guest is running late. We'll have to go on like they say. The program must go on. Retrospect on Nigeria's sector. Now, Nigeria's tech sector has experienced substantial growth driven by technology and, of course, driven by telecommunication and fintech. Now, contributing several areas that has added to that particular industry positively to our GDP despite economic challenges. One will say that the key advancement includes expanding broadband and, of course, creating more penetration as we know it. Meanwhile, the rise of influential tech hubs and companies like Flutterwave, Andela, and a host of other ones, of course, have adopted skills like UI, UX design, and has opened up the sector with huge impact seen in improved access to information. And so the question is, all these services, will it add value or not? There is more. It says increased economic activity through digital and platforms that can give more room for this. All this, in many ways, has a way of making you see that tech is the way to go. But the question is this: is this adding value to Nigeria? Is our GDP going to move further? It is the future for Nigerians. But now, what is more important? It goes on to say that into a total boost for Nigeria, the tech industry is set to take us to a level where the world will see us as number one in Africa. Is this dream possible? Stay with us. We'll find out on our second part of this next week, Tuesday. We will do a second part of it. So stay with us. Don't go away. Still BDTV. This has been Industry Focus. Onyeka Valentine's my name. We end the show here. Hopefully, we'll do a part 2 next week, Tuesday. Bye-bye for now. Don't go away.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Have you ever been told you have a polyp or you have a fibroid and you wondered what's the difference? Knowing whether it's a fibroid or a polyp, it's not just medical jargon. It's actually your number one step to fertility and your future. Welcome to Health Matters, your number one step in health and wellness. I'm Amanda Imosibue. Fibroids and polyp are very common benign growths in women and many go unnoticed for years. But what really happens in the long run when it is untreated? Joining me to unpack this important topic is Dr. Samson Shonowo, family physician, member of the International Society for Travel Medicine, and head of Echo Hotels Medical Services. Welcome, Dr. Shonowo. It's a pleasure to have you here. So let's dive right in, starting from the basics. What exactly are fibroids and polyps, and what are they made up of?
Okay. I'll start by saying this. I would assume I'm speaking with people that are not too medically literate, so I'll put it as simply as I can. So, fibroids and polyps, they are tumors. Then again, tumor is a term that not many people understand. So I'll start by defining tumors. You understand? Tumors are a new growth of abnormal cells that serve no useful function. You understand? And there are two types of tumors. You know, I told you it's new and filled up with abnormal cells. So there are two types. There's the type that invades other tissues. You understand? They call them the cancerous ones or the malignant ones. You know, they don't mind their own business. They move from one organ to the other, like the US does, you know, when they want to liberate people. Then there's the other group that stays within the primary tissue from which they originated and don't invade cellularly other tissues. Those are the benign or the harmless ones. So fibroids and polyps are benign tissues of the uterus, aka the womb. Now, going further, they arise from different parts of the womb, which will take me to my second analogy. Just imagine the womb is like a watermelon. You know, a watermelon has three layers, right? There's the green outer layer, there's the white part, and there's the interior, the fleshy red part. That's the way the womb is. There's the outer layer called the perimetrium. There's the middle muscular layer called the myometrium, and there's the inner fleshy layer called the endometrium. The endometrium is the part where the baby attaches to and grows, or the part that is shed out as menses. So the fibroid is a benign tumor of the myometrium. It arises from the muscular part of the womb, while the polyp is a benign tumor of the endometrium, the inner layer of the womb.
Okay, that's a wonderful analogy. So polyp, a case of having polyp is polypsis, and that of fibroid is leiomyomas. Am I correct with the terms?
Not really.
Okay.
For the fibroids, you are correct, leiomyoma. But for the polyp, you are not entirely accurate. Now, the thing is, a polyp can exist in different parts of the body, not just the reproductive tract. Okay. It can happen it can occur in the nose, it can occur in the gastrointestinal tract, the digestive system. So when you use the term polyposis, you are referring to a certain condition that causes a human being to have multiple polyps in their intestine. Polyposis does not refer to the polyps in the womb. That one is referred to as endometrial polyp. Remember I told you it's a benign tumor of the endometrium. It's called endometrial polyp.
Okay, so now what makes endometrial polyp more dangerous than fibroids?
Well, vaguely, on layman terms, you can say it has a higher chance of becoming cancerous. You know, it's benign. It doesn't invade other tissues. Yeah. And when I say invade, I don't mean there's a difference between invading, spreading, infiltrating, and compressing. You know, I can get so big and compress you like in a bus now. That's not me invading, that's me compressing you. But if I invade you, that means, oh no, let me not use that analogy. It's going to sound somehow. But you understand what I mean. So now, where was I? The polyp. Now the thing is, the chances of the polyp becoming cancerous is more than the chances of the fibroid. But technically, if you look at it, chances of polyps becoming cancerous is like 1 to 3%. What out of fibroids around less than 1%. So it's really, yeah.
So now, are the causes of fibroids and polyp, are they different?
Well, in terms of tumors really medically, they really don't have causes, but they have risk factors. Now, there's a difference between causes and risk factors. The cause of something is what is directly responsible for that condition, in which if that thing is removed, the condition will disappear. For example, Plasmodium parasite causes malaria. When you treat Plasmodium, malaria disappears. But a risk factor is that in which, if present, increases the chance of developing a condition. For example, smoking is a risk factor for lung cancer. Alcoholism or not eating on time is a risk factor for developing peptic ulcer disease. They don't exactly or directly cause it, but when they are present, they increase the chances of causing it. So I would say fibroids and polyps have risk factors instead of having causes.
Okay, before I jump into the next question, at what age should women start going for frequent scans and checkup for fibroids and polyps? Well, and also, just to add to that, what symptoms do we see the symptoms first, and then what symptoms do we see that we should be aware and start going for these checkups?
What do you mean? Do you see the symptoms?
The symptoms, like normal symptoms of sicknesses, like if
are you supposed to see symptoms before going for
yes,
checkup?
Yes.
No. The thing is, at a certain age, how early you go, there's a standard age for checking some things. Like when you're above 30, you go for HPV tests, you do biannually or yearly. Like as from 30, you do yearly medical screening. Then when you get to 40, you make it twice a year, things like that. But in some special cases, like a person who has a family history of breast cancer or a family history of fibroids or polyps, you understand, should not wait until that kind of it, but the family history is there. And I will tell you this, the most important risk factor for any disease, even if it is common cold, is family history. To me, from my years of practice, more often than if you trace it, there's always a family member, maybe above or on the same level, in the same generation or generations before, that has had it. So, no, you don't have to wait for symptoms before you go for regular medical checks. Then for the symptoms you're talking about, for fibroids, the symptoms will depend on the site and the position of the fibroids. You might have a little fibroid that is blocking the fallopian tube. that will lead to infertility because the sperm will not be able to meet with the egg. But then again, like I said, depends on the size and the position. Now, for fibroids, the most common symptom is heavy menstrual bleeding and prolonged menstrual bleeding. You know, you might bleed heavily and then you might menstruate for more than the regular 8-day or 7-day maximum. Do you understand? But for polyps, they are usually asymptomatic, usually don't have any symptom. You understand? Fibroids can be asymptomatic depending on the size you get, but for polyps, they're usually asymptomatic, and what they cause is irregular menses, not heavy bleeding. Although there might be overlap, but majorly they are known for irregular menses, then spotting in between menses, especially if the person is postmenopausal. In a woman who has passed menopause and is bleeding or spotting, you most likely want to investigate for what's it called, endometrial polyps.
Which is why a lot of growing up, you always hear women come to say from fibroid to fine boy. That kind of, because it actually does, from your explanation, depending on where it is, it actually does affect the fertility. So now, what tests does one take to know if it's a fibroid or a polyp? Which test basically is most advisable for that?
For fibroids, especially the ones that are not symptomatic, you can detect it on a routine scan, which I'm sure you must have come across you must have heard. I went for a scan and it showed fibroids. No, but generally, depending if this fibroid is big, if a doctor performs a pelvic examination, he would feel, because they are hard in consistency, they are hard and solid. So if it's big enough, the doctor might feel it. Then the what's it called? Literature, the textbook will say MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is the gold standard. But then again, this is Nigeria. I don't need an MRI to know there is fibroid somewhere. A simple pelvic scan will show and there's a fibroid. But if you do a pelvic scan for a polyp, because polyps are small, you might miss it. A transvaginal, the one that they put the probe through the vagina, will show the polyp. But the gold standard for polyp, which is also the gold standard for removing it, is what they call hysteroscopy. Hystero means the womb. So when you scope, you view. So you put something with a camera, with a viewing device, like a tube, like a pipe, or a device long with a camera. You put it inside the womb, you view, you see, and then you remove it. That is what is done for the polyps. But as for fibroids, majorly, if the fibroid is big enough, it's usually what we call myomectomy. Or if the person has finished conceiving or giving birth, you remove the womb totally, which is a hysterectomy.
You're speaking about surgical options, minor surgical options. But are there like other non-surgical options that can be used to manage or maybe diminish, vanish something?
That's what they said, but I can bet you that is textbook stuff, because I've removed quite a number. All those things are just for literature's sake. They'll tell you when you take some certain hormonal agonists, some hormonal treatments and all that, but I can bet you they usually do not work. The same thing goes for polyps. If you use some combined oral contraceptives, that contains progesterone and all that, it is said to have worked, but in practice, it's a waste of time most of the time.
So it's only managed, not that you
can. For fibroids, once the person reaches menopause and the person doesn't menstruate anymore, you don't have to worry about fibroids. You understand? But you have to worry about endometrial polyps more after menopause. You understand? So
now what are the risk factors involved in the surgery?
In the surgery? Yes. I don't understand the question.
You said hysteroscopy.
Hysteroscopy is a side room procedure. It's not something you take the person into theater. The person will just lie down on the bed, spread their legs, then you view, and then you remove. That's
no risk factors.
No risk involved, you mean? For everything there's a risk. Yeah. There's human error. There might be uncontrolled bleeding and things that, if not properly done, but majority of the time you usually do not find those kind of things with hysteroscopy. Then on the other hand, for the fibroid is myomectomy, which I will tell you is very, very interesting. I like it, So that one is a major surgery, especially if the fibroids are big, That's when you have to cut and stuff like that. Yeah.
All right. So we have heard from Dr. Samson, and before our last question, let's take a quick break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is still Health Matters, and we are talking about fibroids versus polyps, knowing the difference. So for our last question, for every surgery, there should be bleeding. Am I right?
No.
So there's no bleeding.
During the surgery.
There's no bleeding after the surgery.
There might and there might not be, but the thing is, whether or not there is bleeding, as long as the bleeding is controlled, then there's no issue. It is uncontrollable or uncontrolled bleeding that is an issue.
So if, as a woman, if you are inserting something to view, there's a mirror in my layman understanding. There's a mirror you're inserting.
It's not a mirror, it's a viewing device, more like a camera.
That's what I said, my layman understanding, yes. So a camera, there's a camera, and the camera is being inserted into me. There's obviously going to be some sort of pain.
Yeah.
So after the surgery, how do you handle the bleeding and the pain?
No, you give pain relief, some form of anesthesia before you do that. Before you
So it seems like a walk in the park. Like no bleeding, no pain.
And interesting too. Not the viewing part. I'm talking about the surgery.
Yes, like so no bleeding, no pain, nothing. You're just chill after everything.
The more you do something, the better you get. The stronger, like you say, the stronger. The more your hand goes strong, you know. So
it's your level of expertise.
Me, no.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Shinowo. It's such a pleasure to have tapped into your well of knowledge.
Wow. Thank you.
That's it on today's Health Matters. You have heard fibroid versus polyps. Do not wait for symptoms. If there's a history, there's a family history, go immediately and have a checkup. And also do not wait for any symptoms to start developing before you go for a checkup. Anyway, that's it on today's Health Matter. I'm Amanda Emosibule saying, get checked, stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BT. Have you ever been told you have a polyp or you have a fibroid and you wondered what's the difference?
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPNG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Bigway and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of Business Day, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream.
It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two, as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that BusinessDay is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for BusinessDay Television.